Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The 6th NTS Asia Consortium Annual Conference will now begin. Before we start the proceedings today, may I invite Professor Meli Caballero Anthony, Professor of International Relations and Head of the Center for Non-Traditional Security Studies, or NTS Center, at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, and President's Chair in International Relations and Security Studies at Nanyang Technological University, or NTU, to give her welcome remarks, please. Also, as there are seats in front, please feel free to move forward. Thank you.
I was told that I can remove my mask, so okay. Our RSIS Executive Deputy Chairman, Ambassador Ong King Yong, and our guest of honor today, Tansri Dr. Jamila Mahmood. Colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th Annual Conference of the NTS Asia Consortium, and to our network members who are all joining us online. I wonder if we can show them. Some of them are joining us online. Welcome and warm greetings from Singapore. We are indeed delighted that after 2 years, we are able to hold this conference in a hybrid format, and with some of us gathered here in the room, and some of our consortium members, and those who will be presenting later on joining us online. We have for our theme today, planetary health, the managing converging risk in Asia. Let me say a few words about the theme that we have chosen today. The health of our planet determines the current and future lives of mankind. That's a line which I think essentially the gist of what planetary health is all about. And when you just hear about the health of the planet is the health of mankind, some of you would say that this sounds a bit trite or banal. Who would not agree that the fresh air and polluted water will be good for our health? What's important to remember, however, is that when we balance what we do and what is good for the planet is not always as straightforward as we hope it will be. We have different policy priorities that create conflict in the way we want to achieve these policy objectives and how this is done, which is usually at the expense of the environment. One need not go very far to see how much of this, they call it policy dilemmas, is being seen and played out today. COVID-19 has called for a lot of public health measures, which have consequently increased the amount of medical waste. And when such waste spill over to our rivers and our oceans, polluting our waters, then it becomes a threat to human health. The health of the planet is further at risk. Some of you here are in the humanitarian field, when there are multiple pressures such as natural hazards, disasters, diseases, and huge population displacement all happening at the same time. Not only do such calamities cause damage to the environment, but the policy responses may not also be completely mindful of the environmental imperatives. Now, in conflict settings, we don't often think how the extent to which the environment is actually affected. When we look at, for example, just to be relevant, when you look at the current conflict in Ukraine, besides the human tragedy that we're seeing day in and day out, the environment has suffered greatly from the massive destruction to land, infrastructure, and properties, amongst others, that are brought about by military operations. So planetary health, the concept itself, attempts to manage and minimize the occurrences of such conflicting policies by instilling a systematic view of the care of the planet from different sectors. But the extent to which this concept, planetary health, is potentially understood, accepted, or translated into policy action will vary across countries on the assumption that they, in fact, are aware of this concept. These are often influenced by a number of things, amongst others, the sensitivity of policymakers to the concept, the capabilities of not just state agencies, but also the societies. So we are happy that our members from the networks from Indonesia, China, Japan, India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, although they're not able to be here with us physically, will be able to share their perspectives on the relationship between health of the planet and human health. So we will hear about this in the morning from different countries and their capabilities. And in the afternoon, we will shift the discussion to the governance of these issues. To tell us more about this concept, which to many of us is really new, we are very fortunate to have with us what I call an authoritative voice on planetary health, Tan Sri Dr. Jamila Mahmood, and I will now introduce her to you. Dr. Mahmood is a medical professional with more than 2 decades experience in managing crises in health, disasters, and conflict settings. She is currently professor and executive director of the newly established Sunway Center for Planetary Health in Malaysia. This is the first planetary health institute set up in the Asia Pacific, and one of the very, very few across the world. Dr. Jamila is also the Pro-Chancellor of Heriot-Watt University in Malaysia. She has been the special advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia on public health from April 2020 to September 2021. She was also a member of the Government of Malaysia's Economic Action Council and currently on the Malaysian Climate Action Council and the Consultative Council on Foreign Policy. Previous to her appointment as the Executive Director of the Planetary Health, Dr. Jamila was the Undersecretary General for Partnership at the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies, IFRC. She was the Chief of the World Humanitarian Summit Secretariat at the United Nations and the Chief of the Humanitarian Response Branch of the UNFPA. For those of you who are in the humanitarian field, you of course know Dr. Jamila as the founder of Mercy Malaysia. For her work, she has received a number of national and international awards, including the Merdeka Award, the ISA Humanitarian Award, as well as the Gandhi, Ikeda, and the Luther King Award for her contribution to peace, community development, and humanitarian work. So we're very grateful that she's able to join us. She flew in from Kuala Lumpur yesterday. And with that, Tan Sri Jamila, may I please call on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Melly, Ambassador Ong, and distinguished guests here. It's really wonderful to be back in Singapore. I love that our borders are open to each other and we're able to travel freely. When we have a break, I will tell you my adventures yesterday so that you know that it's not all straightforward sometimes, but it's wonderful to be back, especially with my dear friends, of course, Ambassador Ong and Prof. Melly and Alice. So thank you for choosing this topic. My goodness, I thought it would be a dream if we can actually start getting people excited about planetary health. This is an area that I have been reflecting on for many years as a doctor and as well as someone who's been in the humanitarian development sector. And I'll tell you why personally it appealed to me and why it took me about 2 years and the pandemic to actually bring up, actually realize, the center. As someone who's been working in crisis all over the world, and people are also involved in things like sustainability and SDGs, I realized that we're all putting Band-Aid, right? We're all responding, and the humanitarian appeals just grow bigger and bigger every year. And we're not addressing the underlying issues that are actually driving us to so many of these crises. And I think even in Malaysia, this great wake up on planetary health is really quite amazing. Just this last week, I have been spending time speaking at the Academy of Sciences in Malaysia, which actually dedicated the Science Week in Malaysia to planetary health. And lo and behold, tomorrow on World Health Day, the theme of World Health Day this year is actually planetary health. So we now live in the age of Anthropocene, where humanity, which is us, is the most powerful force shaping the future of the Earth, and in turn, dramatically impacting our individual and collective health. As the public health community started to wake up to this fact, so emerged the concept of planetary health. And in a landmark report published in The Lancet in 2015, planetary health was defined as the achievement of the highest attainable standard of health, well-being, and equity worldwide through judicious attention to the human systems, political, economic, and social, that shape the future of humanity and the Earth's natural systems that define the safe environmental limits within which humanity can flourish. And this was an initiative by the Rockefeller Center and the Lancet. And in short, planetary health is the health of people and the planet on which we depend on. So one cannot thrive without the other. And I think that COVID-19 and the pandemic we've been living through now over the more than 2 years may well be that code red for humanity. To steal the words of Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, and for a larger global crisis, one that will be induced by our neglect of planetary health. It's going to dwarf COVID-19 in terms of deaths and new illnesses, and there will be massive economic loss, damaged livelihoods, population displacement, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, antimicrobial resistance, more climate-induced humanitarian crisis, widening inequalities, and social and political unrest that will turn into violent conflicts. We are already beginning to see this now, as Prof. Melly has mentioned. And without a course correction, we are headed into the realms where the human race doesn't have a compass for. So let me focus on a few of the factors we should be worrying about. First, and currently most prevalent in crisis management discourse, is health and pandemics. In my now rather many years as a doctor, I have seen a lot of pandemics and crises up close. COVID-19 is by far the nastiest I have lived through. It has shown us that there are serious shortcomings in the world's current ability to prepare timely and effective collective prevention of potential health emergencies. Ambassador Ong and I were reflecting that in 2009, we were all talking after H1N1 about pandemic preparedness. The tagline then, I still remember working with the UN, it is a matter of when and not if that we have a pandemic. And yet we are unprepared. The failure for us and leadership to acknowledge and recognize and invest in preparedness is already apparent, and we've all had to suffer the last 2 years plus. So equally worrying is that our collective capability is, even after this pandemic, woefully inadequate. For some of us, the pandemic was the first time that they've heard of a zoonotic disease, where the virus is transmitted from animals and people. But perhaps it's worth pointing out that 75% of pandemics are zoonotic. And they origin in basically a disruption in environment and human behavior. So our lack of care for the environment, how we manage our waste, and the fact that animals and humans are forced to live in ever closer proximity as we encroach into the natural world. And in addition to the already frightening impacts that climate change is having on the animal world and on us, means that the crossover viruses between animals and us is on the up. And I don't want to be a doom and gloom princess here, but you read too many of these reports where glacial melts are happening, and as a result, there are many viruses unleashed. It sounds like this horrific US blockbuster movie where some horrible disease is going to hit us, but in reality, it is happening all over the world. While numbers vary, the estimates, and this is late 2020, between 110 and 120 trillion of economic losses are cited by the IMF, the economists and others. Now that's 120% of global GDP. 6 million people have lost their lives. 487 million infections have been recorded and on the rise. At the same time, it has been estimated that an investment of approximately $20 to $50 billion annually could substantially reduce the likelihood of future pandemics. That's just around 10%, 7 to 10% of the COVID-19 bill just in 2020. And I suspect the percentage is lower if we take the new data. So I will put it to you here, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are nowhere near prepared for the next global crisis. A group of us, myself included, together with Dame Barbara Stocking, who used to be the head of the Ebola response, and a few other scientists and former health ministers, are now really pushing WHO and member states to look at a global pandemic convention. So I think that we need to bring in the whole issue around accountability and monitoring for future pandemics. This year, 274 million people are expected to need humanitarian assistance around the world and protection, with a price tag estimated by the UN at $41 billion. Now, when I started my humanitarian career, just mentioning 1 billion was already like a heart attack for all of us. It's now 41 billion, and it will never be met. The gaps will just widen and widen. And many of these people are caught up in situations which have roots in the climate crisis, which have roots in planetary health. In 2020, 33 out of 40 countries with the largest populations in need of humanitarian assistance were affected by disasters associated with natural hazards. Yes, conflicts make headlines, but we still have these disasters that are hitting us, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Really is a supermarket of disasters and disease. So climate and humanitarian hotspots overlap. To make matters worse, these are often countries that are already experiencing protracted, complex crises, thus exacerbating people's vulnerabilities. Also in 2020, climate disasters like intense storms and flooding caused by more population displacement than wars is happening. So we all need to recognize that this is not some distant future. Sea level is rising as we speak. Governments are moving artifacts and valuables away for safekeeping. I still remember a conversation I had with the premier of Kiribati and Tuvalu, who were buying land in Fiji and Australia so that they could start moving their historical artifacts because their island will be no more. Now imagine having to do that. Imagine thinking about all the things you love in your country, all the things that signify our history and our culture now having been to be transported to other places. So Indonesia is moving its capital away from sinking Jakarta. People flee not only from factors included in the now 70-year-old Refugee Convention, but equally legitimately from the climate itself. So by as soon as 2050, it is expected that there will be likely 200 million climate refugees. Are we ready for that? In our region, Asia and the Pacific is that hotspot for unpredictable climate-related disasters. In 2021, more than 57 million people were affected. 18 million in India were severely impacted by floods and cyclones. 500,000 in Bangladesh was swamped by floods with hundreds of villages affected. And you would have seen also affected some of the refugee camps in Kutupalu and others in Cox's Bazar. 13.9 million in China's Henan province were victims to severe flooding in July last year. In Southeast Asia, my own country, Malaysia and Indonesia, bore the burden of more than 1 million flood victims just in the month of November. Yet, if we look at another map, which details responsibility over production of carbon emissions versus the map of vulnerability to the effects of carbon pollution, they are almost directly inversed. To date, the world's top 3 biggest polluters contribute 16 times the greenhouse gas emissions of the bottom 10, while collectively, the top 10 emitters account for over 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. Behind these numbers are obviously companies, and behind these companies are people. People who every day consciously make the decision to willfully damage the longer-term prospects of the planet over short-term profits. 1/3 of global carbon emissions are generated or created by only 20 fossil fuel companies. Fossil fuel companies that feed our addiction to oil, plastic, the latest phone, the newest Xbox, a car, flights, red meat, and so many other things besides. Take plastic as another linked example. After all, it's derived from fossil fuels. Plastic is a planetary health crisis, with the latest and possibly scariest discovery being that microplastics are now being found in our blood. If that's not enough to grab your attention and national headlines, then maybe this will. Last year, about 200 tons of disposable, meaning takeaway containers, and I see a few on the table with plastic, and plastic bags, were thrown away in Singapore. That's enough to fill 400 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So yes, the newly agreed process to negotiate the Global Convention on Plastic Pollution is a recognition of the urgency of our predicament. But if we all wait for treaties to be implemented and we remain utterly hooked on plastic and we manage its disposal so abominably, it will be too late. I'm very happy you have bottled water. So why aren't we beyond the point where there is a debate on the need to change? Why are we still debating? There is no doubt that we need a new system based on rethinking our values and developing a different way of prioritizing where and how we can manage the planet's bountiful resources to satisfy human development while remaining within the limits of what the planet can sustainably provide. When it comes to the environment, a good measure of the planet's health are the planetary boundaries identified by the Stockholm Resilience Center, as shown in this slide. And I really urge you, if you're not familiar, to please look at the discussion on planetary boundaries that was led by Johan Rockström in the Stockholm Resilience Center, who's now in Potsdam. What we need is measurable limits, right? We need to have metrics. I think if you don't measure it, you can't manage it, right? And I think that, this planetary health boundaries are a good place to start. When these quantifiable biophysical limits are violated, the sustained existence of life on Earth becomes less certain. The most recent assessment in January 22 has shown that 5 out of 9 identified boundaries, and most recently was the boundary for novel entities that include plastic, have already been breached. Urgent action to address these boundary transgressions is needed to reverse the deteriorating state of the planet and the catastrophic consequences for human health in the long run. Central to the planetary health concept, we talked about the planetary health boundaries, is donut economics, which is emerging now as perhaps the GDP model should be put into our history books. It hasn't helped us. It has come at the expense of the planet. And the new economic model that is proposed, both by Kate Rayworth, who brought up this concept of donut economics, as well as Marina Mazzucato, who's talking about value economics as well, mission economics, that you need to have an economic model that operates within a safe and just space for humanity. So there are two rings to this model. One is the outer ecological ceiling that I mentioned as the planetary health boundaries. But the inner circle is also the social foundation. Let's not be idealists, foolish idealists. You can't have development without some degree of damage, right? Because you have to develop a nation, you have to drive your economy. But what you need to do is to be conscious that if you don't have that economy, is that you can't also develop your social floor. So the social boundaries social foundations are also important. How do you find that safe space within that apple green area, that just safe for humanity, just space for humanity, but you don't transgress too much your planetary boundaries, but you also make sure your social foundations are stable. And the more you can put people into that light green ring, the more you can achieve, more sustainability, more well-being, more social harmony, and so on and so forth, and more health. If you have time, please look for a film called 2040 by Damon Gano, who's an Australian filmmaker, and you will see Singapore featured in it as a best case example with the self-driving electric cars. So it's a really proud moment, I think, for Singapore. It's really well featured in the film. It's a really, really good film. It's a film that gives you hope and that, it is possible for us to have a better future. So it's called 2040. Yeah, I'm not going to say this, but you can actually torrent it, but you can find it. So coming to that, let's see how we are behaving in terms of our economies, our planetary boundaries, and so forth. If you go to the website of the Good Life Index on Leeds University, you will find every country has been mapped out in terms of its planetary boundaries and who's closest to becoming a donut. And you will see, horrifically, our countries are not doing very well. Malaysia and Singapore, we have violated a lot of the planetary boundaries in terms of emissions, phosphorus, and so forth. But you will see, of course, with Singapore, the social foundations are really strong, right? And some of, and Malaysia and the US are the same. We're all violating a lot of boundaries. But look at Vietnam. Vietnam is the country in the world that has really violated very little of the planetary boundaries. It's increasing its CO2 emissions with industrialization and so forth. It has to take care of this, right? But you will see also that it has some social foundations that are breached, but not so much. So that what is happening in Vietnam that is allowing it to be a little better than most of the ASEAN countries, we need to think and examine and interrogate this, but also use this opportunity to encourage Vietnam to do the right thing in terms of how it's going to, further its development, how as it becomes an economic player in the region that is important and globally as well, that it doesn't, damage its environment. So I think there's a strong case for us to look at that. Now, I'm not going to show that first. I was going to ask you a question. The Asia-Pacific region is a microcosm of the global situation, comprising of high-income countries like Singapore and Australia that have met their citizens' essential needs while violating the ecological ceiling, as well as middle-income countries such as Philippines and Malaysia that have preserved some of their ecosystems but face massive shortfalls in the social foundation, or those straddling both, like Malaysia, I think, is the one straddling both. Interestingly, the region is also the home, as I mentioned, to the country that is the closest to becoming a donut economy. So I think that is important. So our region is really a microcosm, right? So I think this is just a macro overview on my part to show you a little bit about, the future risks, the current and future risks facing the region. But let's always remember behind all these numbers, scenarios, and I keep repeating this, especially in the pandemic, are people, right? And maybe it's the incurable optimist in me, but I believe that at least some of these people can produce, if adequately informed, and those of you in this room especially, and motivated, and in some cases pressured, a different set of statistics and scenarios, more hopeful ones will emerge. Last night, I watched a fantastic video, and I'm going to share it with you, Prof. Melly, to share with the audience. And it's a really nice little, almost like a TED Talk, but animated. And it tells about the importance of hope and how it is sometimes the fossil fuel companies that want us to lose hope. Because when you lose hope, you kind of say, it's okay, what to do? We can't change things. So let's carry on using plastics. But hope is very, very powerful. So I think that, I really have a lot of hope. So how many of you in this room like burgers? All right, I will treat you to a vegetarian burger if anyone gets this answer right, and including those online, right? How many liters of water do you think it takes to produce a Big Mac? Just shout any number. How many liters of water? And don't Google, please.
5.
5 liters, okay. Prof. Melly. 20. 10. 100. Anyone? You obviously do not know your burgers. Now, this is not a Big Mac. So a Big Mac, you double. It takes 5,000 liters to produce a Big Mac. And this is for this reason I've stopped taking red meat for the last 3 years. It will fill, just for a simple burger like this, 5,700 balloons filled with half a liter of water. So if you have a half-liter bottle of water, it will be 5,744 bottles to produce one burger, and double that for a Big Mac. So the vegetarian options are good, huh? And they're very good. So I'm sorry, I'm not buying anyone a vegetarian burger because none of you got it right. But the advances that we have collectively made in agriculture, medicine, economic opportunity, and global trade have undoubtedly has significant impacts on human health and well-being. However, let me repeat that we are deep into a dangerous feedback loop where unsustainable and negligible practices also contribute to the very issues they aim to address. The Asia-Pacific region is not only a hotspot for emerging infectious diseases like COVID-19, but also a hotspot for antimicrobial resistance, believed to be the looming next global threat. While resistance to antimicrobials is a natural process, it is the overuse and misuse of antimicrobial drugs in our meat producing animals, particularly cattle and sheep and chicken that has led to this. So this improper use of antimicrobials, for example, at farms in Vietnam, it has been suspected to give rise to multi-drug resistance against foodborne pathogens such as Salmonella. By 2050, it is estimated that antimicrobial resistance will result in 10 million deaths annually, almost half of that being concentrated in Asia. It's worse than COVID. And it's not just health. The impact will be felt in terms of the global GDP itself, measured as USD 100.2 trillion expected total loss. And I'm really happy in this room is not just medical people or scientists, it's also economists and social people in the social sort of disciplines, policymakers. I honestly hope that by being honest and upfront with you and painting this rather bleak but honest state of the world now and in the next several decades, that I've grabbed your attention at least and prompted you to at least start thinking of what can I do? So please also believe me that when I tell you it's not all doom and gloom. Humanity is starting to see what's going on. The fact that we're having this discussion today, because the initial effects of this global crisis are becoming more visible each year. One effect of these disasters is the fact that our leaders are being forced to take action against the drivers of climate-related disasters. Several countries have included internal displacement in their climate change policies and plans. Bangladesh developed a comprehensive policy framework on internal displacement associated with disasters and climate change in 2015. Malaysia dedicated its 12 Malaysia Plan 2021 to 2025 to be centered upon sustainability and a commitment to mainstream planetary health in policies and implementation plans. Thus acknowledging the critical link between environment and health, Indonesia submitted an updated 2030 climate commitment last year with an unconditional and higher target to reduce carbon emissions to 29% by 2030, as well as new measures on adaptation and resilience. And while all this is going on, people are beginning to see and feel the direct impacts of environmental degradation. Speaking as a Malaysian, we were certainly shaken by the horrible floods last December that triggered so many more conversations on the climate crisis. I want to share with you a story, because this is why I do what I do. As a doctor, I'm always confronted with patients' issues and people's issues. The little girl you see here is Ella Kissy Debra, and she died because of a horrific respiratory illness. The mother always thought she had asthma. Growing up, she had childhood asthma. She lived in an area close to a roundabout. The school is close to a roundabout, quite a lot of traffic. And then she got really, really sick, and she could not come out of her asthmatic attack. And she was referred, to the Great Ormond Hospital in London. Eventually, she died. Her mother fought for her death certificate to be changed, the cause of death from asthma to air pollution. And she fought really, really hard. My hair stands when I talk about Rosamond because I've been on a panel with her and she's so powerful. Now, every time she speaks, I'm reminded, could this be my grandchild in future? Could this be someone I really love? The reality is that we are being killed by the air around us. And we are still addicted to vehicles and transport. And thank goodness Singapore has a fantastic public transport system, but not many countries do. And our shift to electric cars and all that is very slow. But I remain optimistic because look at what's happening in China. China is the fastest growing electric car market. There's a will to change from fossil fuel dependent vehicles to electric vehicles. There's a will to change to renewable energy. So when there is leadership and there's will, things will happen and we can slowly reverse things. But we need everyone to work collectively. And this is why, I'll repeat, that planetary health is a multidisciplinary approach that requires political, social, environmental health, and economic collaboration and planning and so on and so forth. And without concrete and rapid actions, things will only get worse. And do we really want to wait and see many more tragedies before we finally acknowledge that we are in fact late to act, that it must come together now to initiate change for the future of the planet and thus for the future of humanity. So when we set up the center last year, we're very new, but we're like a center on steroids right now. We decided to focus only on 5 themes, just to share with you. We're looking at preventing the next pandemic, tackling climate emergency, creating healthy cities, achieving sustainable food systems, and promoting fairer economies. I talked to you about the hamburger and the meat and the methane that's produced by cows, but I also need to remind us that 45% of food in Malaysia goes to landfills. And out of this 45%, a lot of it is salvageable. That means it's still good food. The amount of food that goes to landfills, which are still good, can feed 3 million people per day. I'm talking about the Malaysian context. That's how much food we waste. And I think it's worse in other countries as well. So we're looking at all these areas and we're looking at it from two lenses: knowledge and research, and also engagement and influence. And our view is that there's no point for scientists to keep writing research that will only be read by scientists until and unless it's translated into policies. And there's no point communicating science unless you can communicate it in language that is so simple for even a child to understand. And one of the things we believe in very strongly is that education must change. So in the Sunways University, which is a nonprofit university, from 2024, so we're piloting the modules now, every student who enrolls into the university needs to pass a mandatory planetary health course called Community Service for Planetary Health before they graduate. Our hope is that when they do graduate and become some successful entrepreneur or policymaker, they keep that planetary health lens in front of them because they've gone through that module called Community Service for Planetary Health. I'm leading the center. My aim is to make the course material open source when it is finally ready in 2024, so that anyone can take it, adapt it, and use it in their universities. And we're now working with Ministry of Education to see how we can actually bring in knowledge on environment and climate change into primary schools. So I think, education is still very important. So what I'm saying here is that you need to have long-term thinking for this situation. So let me end by saying, and thanks to Ambassador Ong for a really good conversation yesterday and today. We need, as a region, to focus on planetary health. It's not a matter of choice. We need to do this. We need to ramp up collaborative research, ramp up collaborative engagement and influence. We need to have a shift in policies. Ladies and gentlemen, in August, I set up the center. By November, planetary health was already in the 12th Malaysia Plan. It took a lot of work, but building a network of champions who will speak on behalf of all of us who believe passionately in planetary health is really important. I sit on the Climate Action Council, so now we're working on the climate policy, and really foundation of which is planetary health. So as I was saying, the university itself that I work in, the whole raison d'etre of the university has changed now to that of planetary health. So whether you're doing engineering or linguistics or arts or culinary science or health, you have to have a planetary health approach to it. And we need an ASEAN approach as a good start going beyond 2025. We need some kind of multi-stakeholder task force. We need cities to work collaborative together. And just to share with you that in a part of the donut economic model, if you read Donut Economics by Kate Rayworth, or you go to something called Donut Economic Action Lab online, you will see a lot of great material and examples there. So Amsterdam, for example, has become a donut city. So it's embracing donut economics. So I'm working very hard now to make Ipoh the donut city for Malaysia as a model. And then, let's try different cities, bringing our own cultures, our own values, what is important, and the natural sort of resources that are there. So I hope that I've shared, useful prompts for your further discussion. But what I'm trying to say, it is possible, it is required, but it will require all of us to work collaboratively. And I really look forward to working with you, Melly, and others in this room, so that we can actually drive this in ASEAN particularly, but also the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that very inspiring talk, Dr. Jamila. I'd like to, just before we open it up to questions and answers, we want to advance the time, because I know we are waiting for some of our colleagues to be online. But in one of the conferences held in Jakarta, talking about ASEAN, there was a quote from a foreign minister who said, we cannot just keep on hoping. Hope is not enough. And in rsis, at the Center for Non-Traditional Security Studies, the reason why we want to start this kind of conversation is because it's not just hoping, it's really being able to think, bring on our thinking cap and see, okay, this is how far we have come in dealing with many of these issues, pandemic being one of them. And why are we involved in this conversation? Because, as a think tank that looks at security in the wider perspective, beyond, of course, the traditional military issues, we need to be able to help continue with the conversation on what really matters. And when health, human health and planetary health are very much very important for our future, we really have to see how we can advance this in our research, right, and in our policy. So with that, I would like to open the floor now for questions and comments, and let's keep it short so that we will have some time. We can move on to the next panel. Yes, Margaret.
So thank you, Prof. Melly. So just a reminder to everyone, you all have microphones on your tables, should you wish to ask. Margaret.
Dr. Jamila, thank you very much for your very rich and insightful presentation. So my question to you is that in terms of approach, how is planetary health concept different from low carbon development and initiatives that have been mainstreamed and worked upon by many countries in the last decade or so? And why do you think that this existing low carbon development initiatives are insufficient to attain the planetary health goals? Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a few questions. Yes, at the back. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Jamila. I'm Julius Trajano, also from rsis. Maybe it's my question is somewhat related to how Margaret constructed her question. And this is about the concept which has been promoted in recent years before the planetary health, and this is the concept of the circular economy approach. So how can this approach be integrated with the recent innovations and promotive initiatives on the planetary health?
Okay. Any other question or comments? Yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Doctor. I am a researcher on water, waste, energy interrelatedness. Just wondering on the donut model, can we sectorize? Because it's a bit unfair to compare Singapore's donut just because of its sheer size constraint. If you compare Singapore's donut with Russia's donut, it's really cannot be compared. So rather than that, if we look at the donut for sectors, I'll give an example, the defense sector and the food sector. The food sector, we are supposed to pay tax. The transport sector, we are supposed to pay tax. But the defense sector, in 1/1,000,000th of a second, you are emitting 1,000,000 times more lethal global warming gases. So what's the donut looking like if you look at that? And aren't they responsible also to take care of planetary health?
Okay, I think we have 3 questions. Over to you, Dr. Jamila. Yeah.
Good. All very good questions. Okay, how is planetary health different from low carbon development initiatives? Low carbon development initiatives are a contribution to planetary health. Planetary health is the broader approach, which is looking at how environmental, social, political factors determine health, right? Okay, well, let me go back to one basic. I should have put a slide up. When I mention the word health, just think of what you have a picture in your mind and say, okay, health. Most of the time, we will think about health, especially now in the time of pandemic, is that making sure you have a good public health system, you have hospitals, you have clinics, you know that, right? Doctors, nurses, and everything. But only 20% of the determinants of health are from the medical care complex. The determinants of health, 80% are environmental, behavioral, and social. out of which of the 80%, 5% is genetics. Which means that if you don't take care of the social, environmental, and behavioral issues, you cannot attain health. Now, we saw this play out in the pandemic, right? Maybe not so much in Singapore, but in many countries of the world. You can have the best hospital systems and the labs. If people don't behave appropriately, the disease will spread. We were seeing this in Malaysia. We are getting to be the most obese country. Yes, people come to Malaysia to eat, but my God, we eat a lot. And what happens now is we have high NCDs, right? We are 1 in 2 people walking around Malaysia are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and 1 in 4 are hypertensive. We are also aging. So we're getting older, but we're getting unhealthier. And all this is not just because, it is because of environmental, social, behavioral issues, because we don't walk enough, we change our lifestyle, and so on and so forth. So health itself is a very complex system, not just depending on the health ministry. So for you to be healthy, the Ministry of Transport has to get their act together and provide good public transport, good walking areas, good cycling areas. For you to be healthy, you've got to eat well and stop feeding yourself with unhealthy food and so on and so forth. So similarly, when you think about low carbon development initiatives, these are important to look at your emissions. But I've been trying to show you that it's not just CO2, not just GHG. You look at the planetary boundaries, also other things. Also your water, your blue water, your phosphorus in your nitrogen levels, and so on and so forth. So I think it's broader than that, and also the little issues around the new things that people are able to measure, including plastics, right? So it is part and parcel of planetary health, but planetary health is an overarching approach. Circular economy is very popular, but circular economy is a closed loop in the sense that it's about making sure that whatever is produced is recycled. It's not just about obfuscation and so forth, right? But donut economics is bigger. The donut economic model is the only one that takes into consideration the planetary boundaries. The circular economy doesn't. So that's the major difference. Now, I'm not an economist, but I will just tell you what I know. But on your question, as related to your question, of course, what I'm trying to show you is the Good Life Index, which is worth looking at because there's a real scientific approach in how they come up with these maps, these circles. But you're right, defense defense emissions are phenomenal, and I don't know if people actually measure defense emissions because it's very political and geopolitically, very, very, very sensitive to say to a country that you have produced X amount of emissions from defense. I could use the same argument to say, why on earth are we spending so much on defense when you're not even meeting the needs of people who are in crisis? So I think your point is really spot on. I speak a lot to Kate, and I will ask her. But I do encourage you to look at the Good Life Index, and they're very responsive. The guy in there is called Andrew Fanning. You shoot an email to them. They always shoot an email back, and they are developing. Now, just to share with you one last point, the donut economic model is still very much one that was designed when Johan Rockström came up with the planetary boundaries, and Kate happened to be in the room, and they said, so what is the economic model now that is going to accompany the planetary health boundaries? What we are doing, and I hope that there will be Singaporeans also interested, is to look at, is there a social and cultural determinant to the donut economy? Does it matter whether you're from the global north or the global south? So we are working with them now to look at this. And there are a few countries in the region that are starting to look at components of the donut economics. Now, in Singapore, I see you already having many good features that could easily turn Singapore into a donut nation. You have, a very strong public transport system, as I mentioned. I see everywhere people are growing food. There's more awareness. Singaporeans eat healthily. So there are many. Your social foundations are so powerful. The only thing we need to look at is, your planetary boundaries, right? It's particularly on GHG, and these are measured per capita. So this is why a small country like Singapore will seem to be very large because it's by per capita.
Okay, we'll just have a quick last round if there's anybody question. Yeah. We also would like to invite our participants online if they have any questions. We will just need to speed it up a bit because we, as I said, we want to move on to the next panel. Al? Yeah.
Thanks. Al Cook. You mentioned earlier about community participation. So I'm wondering what, in terms of planetary health, what role is there for community leadership within it? And how does that play into the decision-making and collaboration you spoke about? Thanks.
Now, that's a really important question and a very important point. So what we are trying to do, I give you the example of what we are doing, right? So we are working with Ipoh, the city of Ipoh. For those who know Ipoh, they've got very good food as well. To work with the local city council, the mayors, but also local groups to see, what are the issues in Ipoh that can help drive a donut economic model. So we're looking at 3 issues, right? One is looking at waste management, other is looking at energy, and the third is a social issue. We're looking at whether it's education or financial literacy and things like that. So for that to happen, you need to have the community participate. So even in Amsterdam, when they started to do the donut city model, they actually have the whole process to building a donut city is very much about community participation. Because in Amsterdam, you have places where you have the cost of food, and they will tell you that the cost of food added to the carbon utilization, like the carbon footprint, it should be more. So encouraging you to eat more local and so on and so forth. And that you can't do unless the community understands. So Amsterdam is actually doing very well on the donut city model. Now, on our part as well, what we are doing is that we have what we call youth town halls. So we are engaging young people because I believe the future has to be with young people. So we have boot camps. We're setting up an award for social innovation in planetary health. The Academy of Science Malaysia just approached me and we want to do an Art for Science award, and this year on planetary health. So really getting people who are artists, who are young people to start thinking about what does that mean? So in our university, we have the Jeff Sachs Center for Sustainable Development. So the students are exposed to SDGs from quite early. There's no plastics, nothing in the university is really quite green. So, but when they did our course, they said, oh, now I know what I have to do. So in the past, you do a course on SDGs, you understand, okay, here are the 17 goals, But now when you run the course on planetary health, they internalize it and they say, okay, this is what I need to do for the community, and this is what I need to do to influence the community. So community participation is extremely important.
Yes, Louis.
Hi, thank you, Prof. Hi, thank you, Tan Sri, Dr. Jamila. My question is about the distinction between low-income countries and high-income countries and when they should start adopting this approach. Hadrun Chang has spoke about kicking away the ladder, wherein higher-income countries have achieved where they are now because they have not pursued sustainability directly. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, this is why I'm saying that you can't talk about, getting people out of a low income trap and all that without some kind of development that might pollute, right? Let's be honest about it. This is why I want you to watch the video that I'm going to send Melly. The thing is, the developed countries have already moved forward, right? Coal utilization has dropped drastically in the developed world. The use of green energy is more advanced, in the developed world, which means that they're already doing a lot of the R&D for us, so that the costs when it comes to the low-income country will be much lower. I still remember I have a solar house, right? I mean, my house is trying to be sustainable. But I remember when I first calculated how much it costs to put solar on my roof, I was like, telling my husband, my God, how are we going to pay this off, right? But now, 3 or 4 years later, it actually is much more affordable. And I actually am saving a lot on my electricity bills and all that because of solar. So even the solar panels have become cheaper and all that. And I always feel that China is the one that's going to really revolutionize all of us because they can produce this stuff that we can use, right? So I think that low-income countries have actually, they're living quite sustainably, even as it is now. If you look at their index, they're very, very low. They are not the polluters in the world. But how do we make sure that as they develop, they develop in a way that has planetary health in mind. And we're talking to Ambassador Ong yesterday. How do we influence Jakarta? When they move to Kalimantan, they don't destroy all the forests and then rebuild another Jakarta, which is going to be overpopulated, which violates the planetary boundaries and so on and so forth. So I think that kind of discussion has to be held now.
Thank you. I wish we could continue with this conversation. Yeah, but as I said, we would like to move on to the next session now. But we have a networking session during lunch, and Dr. Jamila has agreed to meet anyone who wants to know more about the concept. I just wanted to share a note before we end. This conversation on planetary health doesn't just it's not just confined to people who are interested about climate change, etc. Even in you talk about defense industry, even in the UN, the thinking in peacekeeping and humanitarian missions is that how do you bring this in? How do you integrate planetary health in many of the missions that you take? So, we don't want to be behind the conversation as a university. I think we should be upfront there and doing our own research so that, it's not just a conversation of the few, and we cannot just be preaching to the choir, so to speak. There's a lot more conversation that really needs to take place. So thank you very much. Yeah, please.
If I may, Melly, I forgot to say something. I mean, I was very much involved in the vaccination rollout for my country. And one of the things, thank God I managed to convince our ministry was that we have a green vaccination program. So our vaccination program is consciously, avoiding plastic use, bottles and water and stuff. We have calculated the carbon footprint of our vaccination program. We have calculated how much it will cost to offset. Now, offsetting for me is a cop-out. It is not the way to deal with the climate emergency. The problem with offsetting is that all the rich countries will say, it's okay now, pay X million dollars, we'll plant trees somewhere in Indonesia or whatever, but that doesn't solve the problem. Right? What we need is that behavioral change to use less of the carbon dependent goods. But at least it's a start. And I'm really proud of this because I think that if we implement it, we have till 2023 to implement it. Then we're already starting to plant trees and whatever. But these are the kind of things we need to think about, right? Even in small little things you do in your offices. For example, if you ban plastic bottles in your offices, the Minister of Health, who's my real ally, he has banned any single-use plastic bottles in the Ministry of Health. Really trying to change the next transformation of health in our country will probably have a planetary health angle. I've written an op-ed with him for World Health Day tomorrow. So really getting those champions around you who understand that if you don't invest and put in place policies for planetary health protection, you will actually pay a much bigger cost. And the fantastic thing is the data is clear. The more you invest in sustainable practices, the profit margin actually increases. And I think there's a demand now with ESG and others, right? A lot of the ratings of companies will be very much dependent upon your ESG rating as well. So I'll just put a little advertisement for everybody out there. We have put up a course, a PhD in business and planetary health at Sunway, which is free, tuition fee is free, and you'll be given an allowance. We would really like people from the region to come and look at business, from a planetary health angle as well.
Thank you very much. On that note, I just ask you to join me in showing our appreciation to the speakers. Thank you. And I will now turn, Louis, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Melly, and thank you, Professor Tan Sri Dr. Jamila Mahmood. Before we proceed, there are snacks on your table. Feel free to dig in whenever you feel like it. We will now have our first panel session on planetary health, experiences from Asia. May I now invite Dr. Alastair Cook, Senior Fellow and Coordinator of the Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Program with the NTS Center, RSIS, NTU, to chair the session. Dr. Cook, please.
Thanks, Louis. We have 4 participants, which are all online, who will be joining us. So good morning to everyone, both in person and those who are participating online. It's good to see everyone in person, for those of you who are here, and I hope to speak to you all throughout the day. So it's great to be back. For the first session, as Louise just outlined, we have presenters from across the region focusing on the experience of planetary health in Asia. And I would just like to briefly introduce each of the speakers. You can see their full bios in the online program. So each speaker will have about 15 minutes to share their perspectives. Our first speaker is Mr. Arizman, who's Assistant Professor in the Department of Development Economics at UIN Jakarta, and Executive Director of the NTS Network member, Center for Southeast Asian Studies, Indonesia. Our second speaker is Dr. Toshi Manabe, Associate Professor, Nagoya City University Graduate School of Medical Science, and Vice Director of Clinical Research Center at the same university in Japan. Third speaker is Major General Dipankar Banerjee, who's President of Chanakya Chakra in India. And our fourth speaker is Dr. Sufia Kanom, who's Senior Research Fellow at the Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies. Unfortunately, one of our speakers listed in the program is unable to be with us today. Ms. Nimi Jaya Tilake from the network member Regional Center for Strategic Studies in Sri Lanka, and she sends her apologies. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Arizman, please. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Alistair. Can you hear my?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
And
okay.
see your PPT.
Okay, good. Thank you to all the participants of this conference, especially Prof. Melly, for inviting me. And I also impressed with the presentation from the Tan Sri Jamilah Mahmud regarding the planetary health. I would like to share one of the issue of this topic in Indonesia, medical waste and river pollution in Indonesia. Why I choose this topic? This is related to COVID-19 situation. Just a second. Okay. Yeah. Planetary health considered is a health comprehensively mental, social, and physical, and linked to human health with environmental health, already mentioned by Tan Sri Jamilah, people health, and also the planet health, through the whole system of framing, recognizing that urban population health intimately tied to urban social ecological system. I would like to touch about informal settlement intersect with the planetary health in several ways. Their vulnerability to flooding and climate change risks, such as rising sea level and more extreme weather, even exacerbated existing health inequities such as contamination of water and ecosystem. And Indonesia itself already recognized that water pollution, especially in the river, is very serious problem. A lot of regulation already established, but still based on the several studies by University Research Center and as well as Ministry of Environment, found that still many rivers in Indonesia, around 35, tested still unsafe source for drinking water. Based on the data from our Ministry of Environment, during the pandemic COVID-19, there's an increasing of medical waste. This is also Indonesia have a limitation of capacity for treatment facility for the medical waste. So this is increasing around 30% during the pandemic. And if compared to the facilities like hospital, health center, clinic, and other facilities such as laboratory, pharmacy, predicted that medical waste produced by Indonesia per day is 249 tons. In other words, is a deficit 70 tons per day compared to the facilities. So this is, we are talking about the facilities of treatment of medical waste in Indonesia. When we discuss about the linkage between environment and health, I try to refer to the model by Matthew, the planetary health model of health and environment in urban informal settlement. The first one, the physical or built environment drivers, which is urbanization, population growth, land generation, and building regulation. And then the second one is a social, social driver is a governance, both macroeconomic change, gender and social relation, and culture and behavioral norms. The third one is environment and ecology. The driver already mentioned, climate change, sea level rise, and biodiversity loss. And then the last one is human health, which is now we facing the COVID-19 pandemic and also related to the health policy in each country. Yeah, I just want to refer to this report, Asian Development Bank report on medical waste management during COVID-19 pandemic in the capital of Southeast Asian countries. If you look at the data, there's an increasing of number of medical waste before the COVID-19 and during the COVID-19, especially in this big city like Manila, Jakarta, Bangkok, Hanoi, and Kuala Lumpur. So this has become a serious problem for ASEAN countries. For Indonesia itself, based on the data, I get that increasing of medical waste in February 2021, and then also increasing significant the amount of waste by 25%. The type of medical waste consists of disposal of PPE, personal protective equipment, which is including the face shield and mask, not only the medical waste from the hospital, but also the one who are doing self-isolation in the house or in the hotel. So the mishandling of medical waste in various places in Asia, of course, endangers our Indonesian environment, and of course also impact to potential disease to the society. This is need more improvement of medical waste management, so related to regulation, policy, as well as the awareness. Because this also found in several rivers in Indonesia, the medical waste throw away in the river. The leakage not only because of the liquid capacity, but also because of the moral hazard. Unfortunately, this kind of activities entering the water river and also the impact to the society along the river. So in addition to solve this medical problem, of course, there's some program already carried out by Indonesian government, but still lack of facilities and need more education to the community. I would like to share this one of the case in Cisadane River, which is Cisadane River is one of important river in Indonesia. Beyond the harmful environmental impact, the pollution has also potential effect on the health of millions of local residents depend on river cooking, bathing, cleaning, and even washing the clothes, and local children as well as to playing and swimming. So this is also one of the important river because provide 80% of water supply for citizens in West Java, Banten, and part of Jakarta. Data from Indonesian Institute of Science try to clarify to the same data with the Ministry of Environment that the increasing of medical waste during COVID-19 pandemic, not only from the hospital or healthcare facilities, but also from the hotels. This is related to the self-isolation in the hotel, And then we don't have improper processes of the medical waste. So this is also impact to the scavengers or informal sectors, which is not only for the environment, but also for the scavenger or informal sectors who collect the waste. There's a potential of high risk of disease spread among the scavengers. So the conclusion is for the medical waste treatment in Indonesia, of course, not only for human health, but this is also related to the impact to the environment because they throw into the river and then the river getting polluted. And the most dangerous hospital waste is an infectious medical waste. And yeah, I mentioned about the gap between the medical waste treatment capacity. This should be a momentum for Indonesia to improve the capacity and also develop the what kind of technology for medical waste management, not only incineration technology, but maybe the other alternative, especially this COVID-19 for the hazardous and toxic waste management system in Indonesia. So I would like to close my presentation, refer to Tan Sri Jamila that we don't have a planet A. We only have a planet A. We don't have planet B. So this COVID-19 teach us so many things and how the linkage between health and environment is important. And I also agree that the model by Kat Rewet, donut economic can be one of reference to look at more holistic way to solve the problem in the current situation. I think that's all my presentation. Look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can I now turn to Dr. Toshi Manabe, please, to deliver your presentation. And we will follow it all with an interactive Q&A at the end. Dr. Toshi, can you hear me? Hi, the floor is yours. If you'd like to share your presentation with us, please. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, first of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to express my sincere appreciation for participating in this conference today. I'm Toshi Manabe from the Institute for Asian Human Community of Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan, and Nagoya City University Graduate School of Medical Science. Today, I'm going to talk about factors influencing to infection and severity of COVID-19 from the comprehensive perceptions. The purpose of my presentation is to discuss about the causes of different number of cases and deaths of COVID-19 depends on the different locations. Emerging infectious diseases are commonly defined as outbreaks of previously unknown diseases. The word pandemic means that an epidemic occurring on the scale that crosses international boundaries, affecting people on a worldwide scale. It can be said that the human history have been with the pandemic of emerging infectious diseases. Back in the 14th century, pest pandemic occurred in Europe that affected the deaths of 25 million people. In the 20th century, there are 3 influenza pandemics have been occurred, including Spanish influenza in 1918, affected over 40 million deaths. At the first pandemic of the 21st century, influenza H1N1 PDM09 pandemic has been occurred from Mexico. Then after 10 years, COVID-19 have been occurred in 2001. COVID-19. Even if it's not a pandemic, the emerging infectious diseases having occurred in the sporadic area and time, including SARS, MERS, and avian influenza. Thus, the pandemic emerging infectious diseases will be occurred in the future. However, we would never know what kind of emerging infectious diseases will be happened. Severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, was detected as a causative agent of COVID-19 in January 7th of 2020. The researchers estimated there are at least 3,200 coronavirus that infected bats. Moreover, there are over 1,400 species of bats. So bats are incredibly various and successful creators. The fact that SARS-CoV-2 was first detected in Wuhan, China, that is far from the place where the kind of bats with the origin of the virus lived. Therefore, we need to have the linkage animal. As a linkage animal, the pangolin have been considered because sick pangolin has been found in Wuhan as a result of coronavirus infection. In addition, at that moment of the new coronavirus has been first reported in China, it was the season of the Lunar New Year holiday. Some Chinese had a custom to eat pangolin in such a special occasion. However, all of these issues have not been confirmed and only speculations. We still do not confirm what the intermediate animal of SARS-CoV-2 between bats and humans. Anyway, since the discovery of Wuhan, China, COVID-19 have spread rapidly to worldwide. These maps show the global transmission of COVID-19 in the first 1 month from the first report from Wuhan. In the first 1 month, 19 countries have been reported COVID-19 other than the mainland of China, with 2,826 confirmed cases, including 213 deaths. Among them, 12 countries are territories by Western Pacific or Southeast Asia regions of WHO, which is close area to China. However, the first imported cases was reported from Thailand in January 13, followed by Japan in January 15th, even though these countries are not attached with the land of China, but many travelers between the countries. These results suggested that the geographical distance from the origin of the infection is affected the spread of infection. It may be also affected the amount of human movements. 2 years later, currently 479 million confirmed cases have been reported globally, including 6 million deaths from over 220 countries and regions. However, 58% of total cases considered with the top 10 countries, with the highest number of cases. It means that the number of cases and deaths have a lot of difference between the countries and regions. So as the first question, why is the number of COVID-19 cases is so different depending on the country and region? Next, I would like to talk about the situation of COVID-19 in Japan. As of the end of March 2020, over 2.3 million cases have reported in Japan in 6 epidemic waves. We had the biggest outbreak since January 2022 due to Omicron strain. This slide shows that the change of the number of COVID-19 cases by the prefectures over time. There are 47 prefectures in Japan. Among them, Tokyo, Osaka, and Kanagawa prefectures are presented the highest number of cases in each wave. Each wave, the top 10 prefectures account for 70 to 85% of the total cases over the nation. These Japanese maps show the geographical distribution of COVID-19 in each epidemic wave. The maps show that the different geographical distribution of COVID-19 cases. For more clearly understanding, we calculated the disease clustering of COVID-19 according to the epidemic wave. The term disease clustering is used if the frequency of disease is higher than normally expected for a specific time or area adjusted by the population size. The situation of infection in the neighboring area is also used for calculation. As a result, each epidemic wave holds a different location of disease clustering of COVID-19 cases. At the same calculations, lower columns show the disease clustering of deaths due to COVID-19. The maps also presented the different locations of disease clustering of COVID-19 deaths on each wave. In addition, even during the same epidemic wave, the location of disease clustering of cases and deaths do not always match. So as a second question, why is the distribution of COVID-19 cases and deaths are different depending on the location and the epidemic waves? For finding the answers for these two questions, I would like to discuss about the risk factors relating to infection and death of COVID-19 other than clinical factors, such as socioeconomic and environmental factors. This figure presents a racial risk. The forest plot of meta-analysis with over 1 million patients resulted Asian American has lower risk for infection, but higher risk for ICU admission and mortality than those of African American or Hispanic. This study shows the Association of Social Vulnerability Index, SVI, values with COVID-19 incidence and mortality rate. SVI is developed by CDC and is adjusted by poverty rate, unemployment rate, or per capita income and education level and so on. The result shows that the higher SVI score is increasing both incidence and mortality. This is a result of our study that evaluated the correlation between GNI and case fatality rate COVID-19 among top 100 countries. It resulted that the countries with higher GNI have lower fatality with a statistic significance. This is a comparison of case fatality among the income level. The result indicated that the fatality was higher in the countries with lower middle income level than those of the countries in higher upper middle income level and was approximately twice of high income level. Next, some slides are results from our study using the data in Japan. This is the result of the evaluation for the correlation between GDP and number of the cases and deaths and fatality rate of COVID-19. It resulted that the prefectures with higher GDP have lower number of cases and deaths. However, the fatality did not present the correlation. It may suggest that the healthcare system for treating COVID-19 patients of Japan work well, even in the low economic prefectures. These figures show that the correlation with aging rate. Aging rate means that the prevalence of population aged 65 years and higher among the total population. The number of cases and deaths are increasing according to the aging rate. However, the case fatality is not statistically correlated. The reason may be similar with the reason of GDP. Next variable is vitamin D. Several studies suggested an association between vitamin D and the outcome of COVID-19. Patients with low vitamin D levels present an increasing risk of severe pneumonia requiring admission to ICU or mortality. Also, the study suggested that a spatial distribution of vitamin D deficiency in tropical countries and sunny countries are rare. However, our studies resulted that the correlation between the number of sunny days per year and the number of cases and deaths and fatality of COVID-19 are not observed. So we changed the point of view to the annual temperature. It also has no correlation between the temperature and the number of cases and deaths and case fatality rate of COVID-19. The next is about the forest rate. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, reported that the forest rate of land of Japan is 68.2%, while it accounts for about 30% of the world land. At the inside of Japan, if the forest rate is increasing, the number of cases and deaths are decreasing with a statistical significance. It may result from the location with high number of forest rate, has low population, and it means rural area. We found that the higher number of train stations are correlated with a higher numbers of cases and deaths. The case fatality rate is tended to correlated with the number of stations. The result suggested that the human movement is related to the COVID-19 case and deaths. At the final context, I would like to talk a little bit about prevention of infections. For establishing the infection, three major factors are needed. Among three factors, cut the route of transmission is the only factor that we can be reached easily by our decisions. Previous studies suggested that the face mask is an effective method for preventing SARS-CoV-2 virus in terms of receiving infection as well as letting infection to some other else. Social distancing also effective method to prevent infection, making 2 meter distance reduce the absolute risk to less than 1%. However, understanding of preventive behaviors for each individual is the key to prevent infection. Our research shows that the Japanese had a high original masking habit and hygiene behavior before the COVID-19 pandemic. So anyway, these are posters at time of the Spanish influenza in 1918. Mask, hand hygiene, gargle, and social distancing have been known and used as important prevention measures for infection from 100 years ago. In summary, besides the clinical factors, the socioeconomic and the social science factors, including economic level, age distribution, healthcare system, environmental factors, and human movement are important factors relating to infection and severity of COVID-19. Comprehensive perceptions are crucial for developing the countermeasures to COVID-19 and the further pandemic of emerging infectious disease. However, additional examination is needed for defining the principal factors influencing to infection and severity of COVID-19. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your presentation with us on the different socioeconomic factors associated with the spread of COVID. I'm going to now invite Major General Banerjee to share his presentation with us. Major General, are you there?
Yes, please. And thank you very much indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
May I request my... Thank you. May I request my slides to be loaded, please? My presentation? Yeah, that's it. Wonderful. First, my congratulations to Professor Caballero and to Anthony, Maley for short, for this wonderful arrangement of getting us back together for this very useful and timely conference that she has organized. This process that has begun at this critical moment once again in a hybrid format now bodes enormous possibilities and presents us enormous possibilities to take these issues forward. You know, we began this process of trying to understand the concept of security and how this gets affected by all sorts of varied factors some quarter century ago. Under a major project of the Ford Foundation, a Pan-Asian project, it was decided to examine all the various facets that bring together the possibilities of change in our security and strategic environment. And a major presentation, a Pan-Asian presentation, was organized at Singapore in late 2003, followed by a presentation at the UN headquarters in New York, on the findings of this conference. And from then began this process of serious examination in Asia of the non-traditional security dimension of global security. And my congratulations and compliments to the rsis and to the NTS for taking this process forward. We live in very challenging times right now. After 100 years of the Spanish flu, we were struck again by a global pandemic that totally transformed the way that we lead our lives, pursue our business, or engage in our livelihoods. Just a presentation by the International Panel for Climate Change, which was submitted to the United Nations Secretary General, that the world has perhaps just a decade before, irreversible climate change can put the global sustenance at risk. And the United Nations Secretary General has very strongly highlighted the challenges that lie ahead. And finally, I think we are reminded by the war in Ukraine that conventional conflicts with the possible use of weapons of mass destruction and its utterly devastating consequences for global sustenance is very much present with us today. These threats, which we thought has gone into history, is alive and well. May I have the next slide, please? Yes. Now, very briefly, my presentation will be restricted to the planning and measures adopted by India. And I will focus essentially on these issues. And first, of course, is that India is very seriously affected by both the impact of global environmental degradation, the climate change, and the impact of public health issues that were symbolized by the pandemic. While India possesses an enormous capacity, both for research, production, development, and production of vaccines and other treatment measures for dealing with these pandemics, but the challenges are so huge, and Indian economy itself is in transition that it presents us an enormous condition for much deeper and intense work. The impact of the climate change and on individual health is now there for all to see. Next slide, please. Yeah. It is essential to be a little clear regarding both the planetary health and human health. Planetary health, of course, denotes the health of the world, of the earth, and its capability to sustain the living beings in this planet. And human health, of course, focuses on the individual well-being of persons and other living beings inhabiting this earth, whose existence and sustenance is dependent and linked closely to the planetary health condition. It is in that context I would like to highlight very briefly the concept from India of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, a Sanskrit word which symbolizes the ancient Indian thinking of the concept of the world as a single family. I had the occasion of mentioning this some years ago at a NTS conference in Singapore. This philosophy means that we are all in this together collectively, and it is our collective interests that have to be safeguarded by the world working together as a single family. It is not national interests and how I survive at the expense of another, that will lead to an effective addressing of this problem at its global level. The collective addressing of these problems, which requires pooling of resources, pooling of knowledge, sharing it widely, and in that process, conferences such as this and the experiences of different parts of Asia become so vital. And so, therefore, the world as one family must be the central theme of addressing these issues of planetary and public health measures. Next slide, please. Uh, India, of course, is deeply impacted by this. It is the fourth largest carbon emitter today by 2017 standards. But in per capita terms, it is among the lower carbon emitter countries. Carbon emission lasts for a long period of time. And so, therefore, it's not just today's carbon emission, but what has been done a century ago, 2 centuries ago, and whose results continue to pervade this atmosphere is what leads to the degradation of our planetary health. And this, of course, has historic connotations. The developing world may not necessarily be the principal responsible nations for today's climate problems. These have been really based on the industrialization of the developed world today 100 and 200 years ago. And so, therefore, you cannot either hold this nation or that nation responsible, but it has to be a collective responsibility of the planet to address together. Next slide, please. Uh, Once again, the Indian environment has been hugely impacted by recent developments, industrializations, and the consequences of economic development and modernization. But in spite of that, there are ancient problems that continue: air pollution, open defecation, and leading to malnutrition, and forest degradation, which have been going on now for quite a long time, has had an impact in today's environment. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. Now, environmental degradation in India has been caused by a number of factors, and these causes and reasons still continue. And the policy and the actions of the government are addressing each of these issues in a very substantive, coherent policy measures and actions at multiple levels of governance in a complex country like India. The problems are highlighted in these. These are, of course, common to many other nations as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Now, the Indian government has taken a number of measures in response to these challenges. And especially in the last decade or so, these have received enormous attention from the government, and detailed studies, plans, and policies have been set out for this. I've listed some of these policies, and these, as you can see, has been in the last decade or two, very comprehensive policies. But the challenges for nations like India, large countries, different, a wide range of variety in both in problems, population, people's needs, challenges, etc. The implementation of these require resources, require dedication, and require a deep governmental intervention in order to implement them correctly. These are on, and currently large number of measures are being focused on by the government of India to address these questions. Next. Next slide, please. Human health and well-being are intimately linked to the state of the environment. And this particular slide, I hope you can see it, brings out the linkages between the various aspects of climate degradation and impacts on health. A cumulative impact of both these cannot be avoided, and hence both have to be tackled simultaneously in a very coherent and systematic manner. Next slide, please. Next slide, yes. Now, India also laid out a very elaborate national health policy just 3 years ago, 5 years ago. And in this, a whole question of how to promote, prevent climatic degradation, environmental degradation, and promote health for individuals were laid out in a very careful manner. Uh, these policies are in their initial stages of evaluation. More detailed studies will be required to find out the actual state of their implementations, the difficulties being faced at different stages under different conditions, and how they are to be improved and developed further. It is very much a work in progress. However, India is attempting to develop in a poor developing society, comparatively poor, substantively poor individually per capita income wise, how to enact an effective national health security scheme that will provide the needs of individual health requirements across the nation in the manner that many of the developed nations of the world have managed to achieve in the last few decades. It's a huge challenge, but the plan is currently being developed, and the implementation is likely to be given the highest priority at the national level. The pandemic brought out the enormous steps that required to be taken in order to overcome the many limitations in the provision of national health in India. Next slide, please. Next slide, yes. So these are the challenges that continue. Uh, Now, may I just highlight that conventional wars have now suddenly emerged once again as a major threat to international security, which in turn will impact on all other aspects of both global environment as well as public health. Uh, Globalization is now seeing has been has been provided a setback. To get back to collective international actions will become difficult. Conventional wars, if they continue as they are currently in Ukraine, in Europe, where it was expected that the conventional wars will not take place in future, and will not take place in the future. We are seeing that emerging in a very vicious manner, bringing back geopolitics into the equation, and which will then highlight national interests and national objectives rather than the international approaches to a comprehensive security and sustenance. Funding will be diverted, as it already has been very substantially in the case of Europe, for example. Defense expenditures in the NATO, which Donald Trump was extremely upset about, as to just being about 1% of GDPs, have been increased in the last year by twice the amount by some advanced countries, for example, like Germany. Chemical and biological weapons, which have been abolished by the world, has been banned in its use, and that includes the nuclear weapons as well, now are seeing a comeback. Greater focus, funds, resources and technological support are likely to go into these areas unless we can once again eliminate the possibility of large scale global conventional wars. One impact is, of course, the movement of people just in Europe will devastate the whole context in these situations in a very substantive way. And finally, if the conventional conflicts begin to dominate our agenda, dominate our media, and as well as public attention, are likely to be neglected. So this becomes conventional wars and conventional conflicts once again gets intertwined with the whole range of our environmental and planetary security as well as with public health. Uh, I do not want to continue in this. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, the way ahead is well known. We need to develop a greater global awareness, linking the various types of conflict with the environmental situation and the sustenance of the environment. Highlight the environmental consequence of a major war. I do not want to dwell on the impact of a possible nuclear exchange. That possibility, if it persists, can, of course, end the planet as we know it today. And therefore, the challenges of dealing with these complex issues, including that of large scale mass migrations, with all its different challenges, etc., have to be addressed simultaneously. Next. Next, please. Yes. In conclusion, all I would like to say is that time has come now for both the national and the international measures to come together in a collective endeavor at the planetary level with a great sense of urgency if we are to ensure that this generation leaves this planet in at least the same condition, if not better, than what we have inherited. I'm afraid the sustenance of the planet and the people that inhabit it will be in for a serious, challenging situation in the coming future. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General. May I now turn to Dr. Sufia, Senior Research Fellow at the Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies. Can you hear me? You're on mute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Is my slide visible? Is my slide visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes. So, respected Professor Meli Caballero Anthony and Professor Tansri Dr. Jamila Mahmood, and the moderator of this session, Dr. Elster Cook, and learned panelists, and dear fellow audience, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning from Bangladesh. So I'm very much delighted and honored to get the invitation to speak some words in this prestigious conference. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. And today I am going to present a paper on the nexus between climate change and health from Bangladesh perspective. So this would be the outline of my presentation. So in the first section, I would like to discuss the planetary health in the Anthropocene. And the next section, I would like to discuss the direct and indirect health issues from the Bangladesh perspective due to this, this climate change and other planetary health crisis. And in the third section, I would like to focus on the gap between the climate condition and the public health policies. So the evolution of the planetary health concern, which has been discussed widely by Professor Dr. Jamila. So I will not very much elaborate in this sections. I just want to mention that this emerging field actually is making stresses the deep interconnectedness between our nature and the human health, and the huge gap between that what we know and what we do, because the uncertain nature of this planetary health crisis, and which is very much unpredictable, and which is very much which is ever changing very quickly. So we really don't know that we really need to do more work on that, what we know and what to do to overcome this crisis. And regarding the planetary health in the Anthropocene, because this health crisis actually causing pragmatic changes and the times of uncertainty and unprecedented biophysical changes. So the notion of planetary boundaries are breached by the fossil fuel economy and energy consumption, population growth, technological development, land use, and land use cover change, as the professor mentioned earlier. And the profound environmental change related to this new era is not a topic for the future, but it's a present reality. And the key paradox that has been identified, some of the several scholars, that the key paradox which is facing by the humanity is following that the Western model rather than the indigenous way of curing our nature or the planet. And now I would like to focus on the Bangladesh perspective. So Bangladesh is located in the east of India on the Bay of Bengal, and one of the largest delta in the world. And the country is known for its many waterways, including the world famous GBM basins. So due to its geographical position and the population density and the dependency over the natural resources for their livelihood, the country is very much vulnerable to the climate change impacts. So if you see this, if I very shortly summarize the vulnerability of Bangladesh regarding the climate change issue, the Global Climate Risk Index ranks Bangladesh as the world's 7th most affected country over the period of 1919 and 2018. So since 2000, the frequency of weather-related disaster has increased by 46%, and Bangladesh suffered the economic losses of 3.72 billion from 2000 to 2019, and 60% of worldwide deaths caused by the cyclones in the past 20 years occurred in Bangladesh. And as I will discuss some of the major challenges that Bangladesh is facing, very much related with the climate change issues. First, the sea level rise. So the rising seas are a growing threat to the people all around Bangladesh. That's because a staggering 2/3 of the country is less than 15 feet above the sea level. But sea level rise is not just a problem because of outright land loss, but it also a problem because of the salinization, the process of which salt infiltrates the agricultural land and hindering the crop growth by limiting their ability to take up the water. And then again, on the top of increasingly ruining crops, salinization threat the drinking water supplies of tens of millions of people in the coastal communities of Bangladesh, and consuming this salty contaminated water can exposing the populations to the health problem like the cardiovascular diseases and several skin diseases. And the next major impacts like cyclone and storm surge due to the geographic location in the Bay of Bengal. So Bangladesh is very much prone to cyclone and storm surge, but due to the climate change, the intensity and the frequency of the cyclone and storm surge has been increased in this previous decades. So if you see the statistics, like Cyclone Sidor in 2007 struck the country's coast and claiming it has taken about 3,406 lives. And just 2 years later, in 2009, Cyclone Aila affected the millions of people, and it left around 200 million people homeless. And in 2016, Cyclone Ruano actually caused 2,026 fatalities. And 3 years later, in 2019, the cyclone Bulbul swept through the country and forcing over 2 million people into the cyclone shelters. So in 2020, the cyclone Amphan also took the lives of 10 people of Bangladesh and left thousands of people homeless, destroyed at least several thousand hectares of agricultural land in the 7 coastal districts of Bangladesh. And flooding and the unmanageable urbanization. You know, Bangladesh is very much flood-prone country because it's a riverine country, and it's a major delta, as I told earlier. So the climate change is making rainfall more erratic and often far more intense. So in Bangladesh, this reality rings especially true. This phenomenon of stronger downpours combined with the rising temperatures, melting the Himalayan glaciers that feed rivers around Bangladesh, is leaving massive swaths of the country far more prone to devastating floods. Increasingly supercharged water levels in the Ganges, Meghna, and Brahmaputra river basins are destroying entirely the villages and hundreds, thousands of livelihood in the rural areas. And this devastation that contributes to more than 10 million people of Bangladeshis are already being converted as a climate refugees. So for this context, like if I took the context of Dhaka, Bangladesh's capital and the biggest city, Dhaka holds already 47,500 people per square kilometer, nearly twice the population density of the Manhattan. Yet nowadays, up to 400,000 low-income migrants arrive in Dhaka every year. So it's a huge pressure for the urban governance and the people who are connected with this to manage the city with this huge flow of environmental refugee or migrants towards Dhaka. This when these migrants actually move into the city, they don't find any services or any facilities from the government, because the city is not prepared to receive this huge amount of migrants or refugees. So they're forced to settle into the densely populated urban slums with the rudimentary housing conditions, poor sanitation, and limited economic opportunities. So you can easily understand that what would be the health facilities that they can expect from this environment and from the existing health facilities in the city. And for this reason, actually, Bangladesh has been categorized as a very vulnerable country in terms of the climate change impact. And if you see, not only all over the world, but even in the South Asia, within the South Asia, the death attributed to the environmental risk, the Bangladesh is posing the highest number, highest position of death due to this environmental crisis. And if you see this graph, you will see that the mortality and disability due to this environmental risk in Bangladesh over time. And it is actually, although some of the positive policies, the number is decreasing, but still the number is very high if I compare to the other countries, as I shown in earlier slides. And it is actually creating huge pressure to the government of Bangladesh. One of the study found that there are about $3.72 billion has to be the Bangladesh government has to be invest like $3.72 billion for taking care of these losses due to this disaster and other impacts caused by the environmental change. And I would like to focus on the impact of climate change and on the human health. My previous panelists also have discussed about the health impact due to the climate change. So I will not elaborate this figure. I will just focus on some of the key areas where actually we need to focus on, and which is very much relevant also the Bangladesh perspective. So some of the direct impacts of the climate change includes that the outbreaks and the spread of the infectious disease, heat stress related the mortality from the extreme high temperatures, and the mortality and morbidity from the extreme weather events such as floods, storms, and cyclone. And the indirect effects are through its effect on the replication and spread of microbes and vectors. And sometimes when people actually forced to migrate and they have to engage themselves in the conflict, their mental, it affects actually their mental health. They feel stress and anxiety, and there are some of the times they also feel other mental disorder, which actually affects their family and the community life. And if I more concisely mention some of the vector-borne diseases for Dhaka, so respiratory illness are likely to increase with the rising temperature and the humidity. In the recent years, Dhaka and is facing this type of respiratory diseases very much. And the waterborne diseases like cholera are likely to be decreased with the increasing humidity and temperature. So 1% increase in relative humidity reduces the probability of contracting waterborne illnesses by 1.6% percentage points, whereas 1 degree increase in mean temperature reduces the likelihood of the respiratory infections by 4.2 percentage points. So you can easily assume that a very minimum percentage of humidity change, how much it affects on the human health. And the dengue is likely to increase for Dhaka because as the climate conditions become more suitable for the the reproduction of the dengue mosquitoes, humidity in the range of 60 to 80%, maximum temperature between 25 degree to 35 degree, and rainfall between 200 to 800 millimeter create ideal condition for the mosquitoes. And weather data between 1976 to 2019 indicate that Dhaka is experiencing the falling humidity level and rising temperatures and heavier summer rainfall. So this all together factor is like urbanization are increasing the risk of a spread of dengue in the Dhaka city. And as I told earlier, that the changes of weather can also cause the mood swing, but seasonality have a slightly different impact on the anxiety and the depression. And several studies have shown that the level of anxiety disorder increases with temperature and humidity as well. So, and more people suffer from the depression during winter, and increase in temperature lowers the probability of depression by 1.6%. So further, women are at the higher risk than the men for the depression, while men are for susceptible to anxiety due to their loss of their livelihood, and maybe sometimes they are as they are forced to migrate. So as a head of the household, they have the more burden to take care of their families due to these cultural practices. Sorry. slide has been shared. So why does climate justice is an urgent issue for Bangladesh? So if we ask this question and we're talking about the climate impacts in Bangladesh, would hardly be complete without mention of the staggering injustice Bangladesh faces, because overwhelmingly climate impacts are being imposed on Bangladesh by the high emitting countries, mostly the developed countries. So as a country, Bangladesh emits only a tiny fraction of the greenhouse gas emission causing climate change. Perhaps more telling, the average person in Bangladesh emits 0.5 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. In the US, for comparison, that number is 15.2 metric tons per person. So about 30 times as much. And there are some good policies at both the global and national level to manage the converging risk of the climate impacts. At the global level, we all know that the IPCC reports, which actually give the global citizen a glimpse of the current the condition of our planet, and the projection that can cause the impacts more severe in the coming years. And the Kyoto Protocol, which actually focuses on the reduction of the emission, and the clean development mechanism, the Cancun Agreement in 2010, and the Durban Agreement in 2011. So all of these policies and initiatives are taken at the global level. But at the national level, Bangladesh has also done a very good job of taking different policies to reduce the impact of the climate change. If I mention some of the initiative here, that the National Adaptation Program of Action in 2005, Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy Action Plan in 2019, Bangladesh Climate Change Fund, Bangladesh Climate Resilient Fund, Disaster Management Act in 2020, 2012, and Standing Order on Disaster, which these disaster-related policies actually reduces our death rate in terms of the frequency and the frequency of the disaster, because previously more people are died, but nowadays, because of this strong disaster policies, the death rate has been reduced tremendously. And the National Plan for Disaster Management 2010 and 2015, Disaster Policy Act 2015, and most recently the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan in 2020 to 2030. And if I add one point, that Bangladesh is has been nominated as a president of Climate Vulnerable Forum for next.
Sorry, Dr. Sufia, please can you wrap up in 1 minute?
Yes, sure. Thank you. So these are the challenges to actually implemented those policies. So at the global level, there is a justice and equity in the North-South relation, and the political economy of the bargaining strategies and resources, and the lack of consistency over the strategies. And there is a gradual increase of sessions, subsessions, controversy over agenda settings, transparency, and the procedural disputes when the negotiation actually take place in the global forum. And at the national level, we have the lack of institutional capacity and resources, lack of coordination among the institutions, and of course the corruption and the uncertain and unpredictable, ever increasing nature of the climate event.
Thank you very much. I think we need to move into the question and answer session now, and we'll be able to pick up on some of these issues. And I think one of the issues that you mentioned there was the impact or the role of climate justice, which will perhaps have some responses from the other panelists, and we'll be able to hear how they consider this in the areas that they focused on, which I think we've heard from the experiences across the region on the stresses to planetary health in different ways. We've heard about the medical waste in Indonesia, to the non-medical perhaps, or the indirect health factors in the spread of COVID. But also then we heard from Major General Banerjee about the need to highlight environmental consequences of perhaps some of the more conventional war and security issues. So I'd like to now open up the floor to Q&A. So if anyone would like to ask a particular question, but for all the panelists, please keep in mind the one question that I posed there about what role does climate justice have, perhaps from your perspective, and also in terms of the second presentation, perhaps you'd like to reflect on the issue of medical waste and how that has affected Japan. Can I now invite any questions? Lena? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lena from the NTS Center, rsis. I have one question for Mr. Arisma. I remember before the outbreak of COVID-19, the Indonesian government already announced serious plans to deal with marine plastics. I would like to ask, where are we with regard to implementing those policies or plans? What's the impact of COVID-19 on these policy initiatives? And my second question is from Dr. Manabe. Just now you present very interesting research to look at the correlation between different factors with COVID-19 cases and deaths. I wonder, have you done any research on the correlation between social factors and the number of cases? Just now you mentioned environmental factors such as forest plant coverage rate, and also economic factors such as GDP. I wonder, what I mean by social factor is for example, the number of NGOs or the activism of social groups, these kind of dynamics. I wonder whether such research has been done in your research, or have you come across in your broader literature review? Thank you.
Before I turn to the panelists, let me just ask if there are any other questions at this time. Yeah, Anita?
Yeah, my name is Aninda. I'm from ICS Yusuf Ishak Institute. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Arisman as well. First of all, thank you for pointing out the problems of waste management as well as the river pollution in Indonesia, which is very important. And I think it is the climate and humanitarian hotspot that overlaps, as mentioned by Professor Jamila just now. So my question is that who actually has the authority to govern medical waste in Indonesia or maybe in the region? Because I think this is not only Indonesian problem, but also global or maybe regional problem. Who has the authority to govern waste and the management of waste of medical waste? Yeah. So and the second question is that, as we might know, that river pollution also caused by the people habit in throwing waste into the river, not only the medical waste. So I'm just wondering how many % of the medical waste that is thrown into the river as compared to those household waste that is thrown by the people? Because you mentioned about hotels, about hospitals. That is, do they really throw their waste to the river, or do they have other kind of methods to process it? And any collaborative efforts among stakeholders to push these behavioral changes that we can learn from Indonesia? And the second question is to Dr. Sofia Khanum. You mentioned about the challenge to implement the environmental agreement treaties in Bangladesh. I wonder how politics, other than institutions, influence the climate-induced disaster in Bangladesh. Is there anything that you can share with us? Thank you so much, El.
Thank you. Okay, so I will go through the panelists in the order in which they spoke for the first round. So Mr. Arisman.
Yeah, thank you, Alistair. Yeah, I would like to start for the first question from Lina. Yeah, as we know that Indonesia government have several policy related to how to reduce marine plastic pollution under the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs as a leading ministry, and of course, coordination with other ministry. And Indonesia also already established a National Plastic Action Partnership. It's a national multi-stakeholders platform to tackle plastic pollution from the river going to the ocean. But since a pandemic, the challenge is especially from the society or household that when they order online food, shopping online, this is also increasing of the plastic packaging in the delivery order. So as well as the increasing of, I mentioned PPE, personal protection equipment like face shield and mask. This is also another issue. So yeah, the challenge of COVID-19 in the other side, government would like to reduce plastic pollution, but plastic is also a protector. So this is can be a polluter or protector is become a dilemma for Indonesian government. So now in the local government also try to ban the plastic, but still again during COVID it's not easy because related to health issues. For the second question from ASEAS Singapore, who is the authority of medical waste? Of course, the regulation coming out from the Ministry of Environment, coordination with the Ministry of Health. But this is again the coordination issue is become a serious issue also in Indonesia in terms of the policy and then the implementation, because who is the monitoring, who is monitor the if someone try to not follow, I mean not following the rules. Yeah, this is one of the issue of monitoring for the people who not follow the regulation on the hazardous and toxic waste, which is including the impact of COVID-19. And then the second question about how many percent people throw away the medical waste to the river based on the finding from Indonesian Institute of Science. I already mentioned in my presentation that there's increasing of the this medical waste, especially for the PPE and face mask, which is not like from the medical equipment, but some of the river they found there's also medical equipment, but this is of course illegal. I mean, they throw away maybe in the mid of night. Yeah, I mean, not a legal way. So this is one of the issue because also already announced by media now, but this has become an issue of our pollution in the river. So yeah, it's very complex issues, and I think that's from my response. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now ask Dr. Toshi, please? You're on mute.
Thank you very much for the question for our research.
Again, we saw a sell-off for tech stocks. You can see the Nasdaq index, which is tech weighted, down over 2%. The S&P 500 also.
Dr. Toshi, can you try
yes,
again?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Our corrective study is on the process. It's not has not completed yet. So we have a plan to take the additional issues and the variables for our analysis, including social factors. So only difficulty is we are using the data from the openly available, and also we collected data with a questionnaire survey. So at this moment, sometimes it's difficult to take those kind of data from regarding the social factor, including the indicator is very critical for analyzing. So, but we are planning to do it anyway. So, and then for work and collected all of the data which we can think, then to think the principal factors to correlate it to the case and death of COVID-19.
Thank you. Major General Banerjee?
Well, Alistair, there was no specific question towards me, so I would like to skip this point.
I had one.
Skip this round. Okay,
I
yes,
had
please.
one. It was
Okay, please.
over what is the role of climate justice. And to paraphrase, you said that there was no single country is responsible and we need a collective effort. So I'm just wondering, in the concept that you explained to us, whether there is a role for climate justice in that.
Well, yes, indeed. Well, of course, now, anything of this nature becomes a much more complex issue requiring international cooperation, as we have seen even in conventional conflict. Now, all these issues are coming to the fore, and we are seeing a return more to nationalism rather than collective action. And I'm afraid this is likely to impact on climate policies as well. As we see, the funding from international sources for climate action where required to particular targeted nations, etc., is likely to now sharply decline. And in those conditions, how we can build and develop collective action for addressing planetary situations will remain a challenge. Even in the case of India, a large nation which is a federal country, implementation mechanisms are at the provincial level. And so therefore, at the national level, what is quite often done is to lay out the broad policies, allot resources, provide guidelines, carry out a certain amount of coordination. But the implementation remains at the provincial level. And that level of complication is multiplied, actually, when it comes to the international level. That is why I think we need to even more consciously build up the concept of collective global action, especially when it comes to planetary health. This was, of course, the lament that the United Nations Secretary General was mentioning regarding the IPCC report. And of course, he goes on to accuse the heads of state around the world of being neglectful regarding such cooperative endeavors. That is all I think I can vouch or suggest at this stage for this issue.
Thank you. That's great. Dr. Sufia, I'm wondering if you could give us just a short answer here around the success that you've seen with regards to climate justice in Bangladesh. Perhaps you have an example you could share with us.
Yes, thank you for the question. I would like to focus regarding the climate justice, as Major General Dipankar has already mentioned, that it is when the issue, the climate negotiation came, actually the national issue get the priority, then the collective issue. But for the planetary health, we must actually work together. So there is a specific question regarding the climate refugees from one of the students, that at the national level, actually climate refugees are a very huge concern for Bangladesh, because the land is very much limited for Bangladesh, and due to the sea level rise, the land mass will decrease over the years. So, and there is no international law actually that we can actually define them, or we can actually told them as environmental refugees. So, and our cities are actually not prepared. And then again, the coastal areas where the most vulnerable people are living. So actually from the government level, there is no very much initiative so that they can sustain there and they can run their livelihood from the coastal areas. So at the international level, from the justice perspective, that the most of the vulnerable countries, the climate vulnerable countries, are the developing countries. So there is a political economy of the bargaining strategies and the resources. The people, the representative from the vulnerable countries have the limited resources to actually bargain in the negotiation table, and they don't have the access of this expert, or hire the people, those who can set the strategies for the negotiation table. So it's from the political perspective, they are actually in the I can say in the weak position for the negotiation. And then again, there is the fragmented leadership in terms of injustice, in the climate injustice, because the leaders are actually fragmented into different groups. So there is a coordinated effort is not much observed. And from the climate justice perspective, Bangladesh, as a president of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, Bangladesh is trying to actually focusing on the nationally determinant contributors, NDC in short. So they're trying to actually motivate the other countries to prepare this report according to the Paris Agreement. So hopefully before the next conference, or the next conference organized by the UNFCCC, most of the vulnerable countries can prepare their NDC report, and then can focus on the claim the climate justice to the in front of the in the world community.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to ask if there are any last questions from the audience. We have one. Can we have a short question, please?
Thank you, Dr. Alistair. Very short. Climate justice. This is a function. It cannot be imposed upon. And everybody is talking about the ownership behavioral change. So when we are talking of these segregating the waste to get rid of the plastics, it's really driven by the inner switch, inner pull rather than the push. Do you think this is okay?
Is that directed at a particular panelist? Would anyone like to respond? No? Yeah, sure. Dr. Jamila.
Actually, that's a really important question, because in Asia, particularly, the whole issue around waste management and recycling, the systems are not in place. I can speak on, from our experience as well in Malaysia. But I'll tell you what has worked. It's driving the private sector, private-public partnership. So I'll give you an example that we have a recycling program in Petaling Jaya, which is quite a large suburb, where Nestle and Tetra Pak, because of the, they have something called a they have to make sure it's not single use, okay? So they partnered with the city council. And what it happens is that you have to do a lot of engagement with the community, and you tell them, just put your waste and we will collect. As a result of that, Nestle and Tetra Pak obviously take the ones that need to be recycled. For the city, the incentive is that there's less going to the landfills. So there are 180 tons lorries less in a span of 1 year. So the cost to the city is reduced. So there's incentive. So what I'm trying to drive is, how do you incentivize recycling and waste management for, number one, the state, the city council, number two, the public, because what the public finds is that there's less, it's brought to composting. They can actually commercially produce the compost. It can come back to the community. So you have to design this such that there's and I think the only way is private-public partnership to bring that behavioral change eventually through incentives that everyone feels the incentive, right?
Thank you, Al. Maybe I should just say a bit to sort of round up this segment of the conference. What Dr. Jamila Mahmood says is a very important illustration of what is needed going forward with regard to whether it's climate justice or planetary health. It's important for us to perhaps think about, a more segmented response to the issues of environment degradation and partnership. Big companies, they are all ready to do something because at the end of the day, it makes sense and it's good for their profit margin. And the more they endear themselves to socially conscious consumer, the better it is for the future of the respective companies. But then they are also confronted by a big challenge, which is how to go across big territory, big state, big country. So going forward, we should actually try to start to think about maybe working or focusing our responses in dealing with planetary health on a more city basis. Working from a city, Dr. Jamila talked about Ipoh, which is a very interesting small city in Malaysia. Yeah, there is a certain cultural pride in the well-being of the city. And similarly, in Bangladesh or in India or in Indonesia, there are various cities, each of them having their own cultural traditions, which will motivate people to think about working as a city first before going on to the bigger national level or provincial level. So it's something that our speakers on this panel may want to think about. Yeah, and for us in the audience, we should also try to focus on what is doable quickly. Because if we keep on talking and there is limited result from all our discussion, the morale of our citizens will be more and more reduced, And I think there is tremendous scope for us to start working from the respective township or the country, city that we are located in. And then with that, some demonstration projects can be supported by the big companies. Don't just depend on government. It's not going to work very fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that leaves me now to close the session and thank the individual panelists. So if you could join with me in thanking the panelists for their presentation. And just before I hand over to Louis, could the panelists please smile for the camera as we take a screenshot? Thank you. Thank you very much. Louis, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. And panelists, we've come to the end of the morning session. Before we head for lunch, may we invite everyone to our group photo, which will be done just outside. It will be done with masks on. So we just exit here on this door into the garden. After which we will have lunch next door at Polaris 3 room. So the afternoon session will start at 2:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Yes. So now we go straight to the photo taking in this side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now have our second session on planetary health, crises, repercussions, and governance. May I invite Dr. Tamara Nair, Research Fellow at the NTS Center, RSIS, to moderate the session. Dr. Nair, please.
Right. Thank you, Louis, and good afternoon, everyone. So we've just lulled you all into a very nice, relaxed, belly full situation, and we're going to jump straight into the second panel now. So I'm happy to be moderating the panel, panel 2, which is on planetary health, crisis, repercussions, and governance. Now, I believe our panelists are all with us. Yes? Okay. So welcome to our panelists. I can't see you, but I'm assuming you can see me. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay. So hello, everyone. Good afternoon to you. I'll just do a very brief intro of each of our speakers. Their bios are actually in the program booklet, so you can have a look. First up, we have Dr. Dhanasri Jairam, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Geopolitics and International Relations at the Mahal Academy of Higher Education, India. Her presentation is on transforming environmental and health policies in India towards a planetary health approach. And then we'll have next speaker will be Dr. Cho Chang-Gui, who is a senior research fellow, Overseas Safety and Security Program, NTS PD, Zhejiang University in China, and Director, OSS International Collaboration Mechanism Center and Observer at the International Code of Conduct Association. And Dr. Cho will be speaking on progress in environmental and health governance in China and Asian NIMBY issues. Ms. Shivani De Silva, unfortunately, could not be with us this afternoon, so she sends her regrets. So next up will be Dr. Jyoti M. Prathanya. She's a senior fellow and chairperson Outreach, Center for Land Warfare Studies in India, and also the founding editor of online Indian Journal of Peace and Conflict Resolution. And then we have Ms. Novia Su, the researcher at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Indonesia. Dr. Jyoti will be speaking on India's environmental security and planetary health and assessment. And Ms. Su will be speaking on accelerating Indonesia's climate actions for planetary health. We are fortunate that we have one more speaker joining us, Professor Tomonori Yoshizaki. His information is not in the program booklet that you have, so I'll just very briefly read out his bio. Professor Tomonori is a Vice President of Academic Affairs of the National Institute for Defense Studies of Japan's Ministry of Defense, where he is in charge of directing research projects and military education on strategic issues. His areas of expertise include Japan's peace operation, conflict resolution, peace building, and civil military cooperation. He is currently a member of a research project on security sector governance of Global Security Center National Defense Academy. Professor Tomonori has published widely, his latest publications being NATO and the Dilemma of Unity, Crisis of Ukraine, Populism, and COVID-1 in 2021, and Japan's Free and Open Indo-Pacific Vision, Strategic Implications for Europe, and that came out in 2019. The professor will comment on Japan's approach to HADR and COVID. So with that, can we, we'll get started with our first speaker. Now each speaker, I believe it has 15 minutes to present. So can we have Dr. Dhanasri up first, please? Dr. Dhanasri, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tamara Nair, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this to speak in this panel on planetary health. So I'll just start sharing my screen. Is it visible, the screen? I'll just make it full
Yes,
screen.
yes.
Yeah, okay. Just, yeah, okay. Yeah. So as Dr. Tamara and I mentioned, what I'm going to be talking about is to see how India's environmental and health policies have evolved in conjunction with each other. What are the complementarities and what are the challenges in bridging the gap between the two? Like even the previous session, I think there's been a lot of introduction to a lot of challenges that India faces and also other countries in South Asia in particular. And how do we transform these policies in a way that it can meet the requirements of the so-called planetary health approach? And how do we really achieve this? So I will be just reflecting a bit on how do we achieve this, and also, but before that, I will also be talking about some of the challenges and some of the problems that we face. So the concept of planetary health, it's not new. But it's also not something that is well developed in countries of South Asia, for instance, where the integration between various policies have not been addressed in the way they should be, considering, today we're talking about risks that are not necessarily just work in silos. We're talking about cascading risks, compounding risks, systemic risks. So different types of risks that interact with each other. And this has to do with environmental issues, health issues, economic issues, social issues, political issues. So these are all interlinked with each other at different levels. So what we are talking about, whether it is in terms of climate change, biodiversity, food security, water security, land use management, for instance, soil related issues, all these are interlinked with each other. And I think the lessons that we have learned from COVID-19 in particular have made us aware of these interlinked risks or intersecting risks, which is something that also is being addressed by this planetary health approach, so that we don't deal with these issues in silos, but we look at them in a more systematic and integrated manner, whether it's at the institutional level or sectoral level, disciplinary level, and other levels as well. So what I'm going to do is to start with a few examples so that I can set the context for what I'm really talking about. Last year, in fact, India experienced several cyclones, and this has become like a regular phenomenon now. The frequency and the intensity of cyclones have increased in the region, in the South Asian region in particular. And we had two big cyclones in particular, like Cyclone Taukte, Cyclone Amphan. And these cyclones actually coincided with the deadly Delta wave of COVID-19, during which many people were affected because of the lack of oxygen cylinders, because of the lack of medical facilities. And the cyclones basically added to the burden of the existing health infrastructure, which itself is not well equipped to deal with the kind of catastrophe that the country faced. So what the cyclones did was to also disrupt the health infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, due to which much of healthcare facilities were also affected on both the eastern coast and the western coast. So both these cyclones happened, the cyclone Taukte happened in the Arabian Sea, the cyclone Amphan happened in the Bay of Bengal region. Overall, healthcare was affected. At the same time, there were compounding risks as well, cascading risks. For instance, some of the regions were heavily flooded, and that made COVID-19 relief and response even tougher for the governance machinery. So in that sense, this is one example to show how issues today are too much interlinked with each other. The other example, of course, I'm sure this is something that is often mentioned about the pollution levels in Indian cities. I mean, now it's not just cities, but even rural areas in India are being affected by the increasing levels of air pollution. But this is one of the major risks, major security risks, in fact, faced by the Indian populations, because this is not just leading, it's not just like a public health disaster, but it's also leading to economic losses. It is also affecting, the lives of the people in a big way. I mean, Delhi is probably in the news all the time, but in reality, most of the Indian cities are facing this problem of severe air pollution levels. Water pollution is yet another example. Water pollution, I mean, Ganges is possibly the most discussed one. There's been a lot of efforts to deal with pollution in the Ganges. This is just one picture of, industrial effluents being released into the waters of the Ganges. Of course, more regulations have come to prevent this from happening. There is also newer regulations which prevent, construction work within certain kilometers of the Ganges River. Also release of various effluents and other objects into the river. But yet the problem is that the level at which this river is polluted today, it becomes much harder to revive. It's beyond revival, as some would call it. And more and more efforts are being made, but to no vain. But they are all in vain. So in that sense, the water pollution is also a major problem that is leading to several public health related concerns in the Indo-Gangetic plains. Heat waves and heat stress. Now, I don't have to talk about this. I think in the recent times, even just recently, in fact, it's an ongoing phenomenon where heat waves are becoming more and more common, and this is also leading to less working hours, more diseases, many people dying of heat-related heat strokes, for instance. So this is another example of how climate change related rising temperatures and also urban heat islands, as we call it, this is something that is leading to more and more problems in the Indian cities. Now I'll shift to now policies and where does Indian policy stand with respect to some of these problems that I mentioned. One of the earliest, triggers for environmental and health policies to be designed in India was the Bhopal gas tragedy, which happened in 1984. Since then, there's been a lot of emphasis laid on more and more policies on environmental and health-related risks. And this is a tragedy that I suppose everybody has heard of, for the Union Carbide plant, which led to a gas leak of methyl isocyanate, and that led to the deaths of thousands of people. The official figures may be less, but more and more people have been affected, and of course, a lot of people haven't even received compensation for it. So this led to the enactment of several laws to ensure that people get justice. Although in this case also, I would say justice still has not been delivered on many counts. Since if you look at, of course, there are several other, these landmark moments. 1972 Stockholm Conference also led to many laws coming to the picture in India. And if you look at the policies that are there in India with respect to especially environmental policies, they follow a lot of principles, right? So, I mean, if you look at some of the policies, of course, a lot of them actually emphasize more of a polluter-pays principle where like the industries or whoever is polluting needs to pay for the pollution as well. So this is something that is being enacted through institutions like the Central, the Pollution Control Board, State Pollution Control Board. You have Air Pollution Act, Water Pollution Act, whole lot of other acts which technically follow the polluter pays principle. So so that's one of the major principles that are followed. There are some cases where the precautionary principle is also very much there, so that you don't wait for scientific certainty to actually deliver. You you already put in place measures to ensure that the so-called unintended harm is not caused because of the developmental activities that are being carried out. There's also issues that are of common interest to all the people. So the public trust principle is also very important in that sense. Sustainable development is, of course, something that has been talked about a lot, and I don't want to delve into it much. Public participation is an interesting aspect of Indian environmental laws, although increasingly this is something that is being diluted as well. So the environmental impact assessment notification is one of the major measures through which public participation is being, it's being implemented. And also there are other acts like the Forest Rights Act is another one in which the government is also expected to ensure that there is enough public participation in how environmental laws are implemented at the local level. So India's, environmental governance is something that happens as a multi-level governance, right? So it's not something that is just at the central level. So you have many issues which are dealt by at the state level and the local level. There are issues which are, in the concurrent list. So this is more like, something that falls under the category of, both the state and the center. There are Environmental Protection Act and other kinds of acts which are, which are more kind of guided by the center. So in that sense, it is also important to have coordination between the center and the state, and also at the district level. For instance, with the COVID-19 responses, but the district authorities were empowered to carry out a lot of activities. With co-benefits, I think this is something that has been added to the list of, list of principles that are being followed. So co-benefits is, when you look at, say, climate change, and why does India want to act on climate change? It is not just because of mitigation or adaptation. It is also because, okay, this is something that would also help our developmental priorities, or this is something that would help secure India's energy supplies by, say, investing more in renewable energy, or by reducing air pollution. You also, contribute to health security, and you also contribute to climate or environmental security. So co-benefits is something that is being actively, it may not be mentioned in the policies, but this is an approach that actively is being invoked to ensure that India's policies are sort of complementary, looking at different issues at the same time. But where does India's environmental regulation stand in respect to the kind of threats that we are facing? So yes, in a big way, the kind of problems that we are facing, far outweigh this wide network of laws and regulations that we have put in place. So in reality, including, like, you have coastal regulation, zone notification, waste management rules, which are actually, every year this is being amended and improved, including on plastic waste, now that India has also decided to ban single-use plastic. So there are multiple laws that are in place, but the kind of problems that we are facing far outweigh, and this image kind of shows that the ecosystems and environment are being affected heavily. So what are the failures? And I think even the previous session, I heard some of the speakers talking about what are the challenges and what are the failures in that sense. And they are pretty common among most of the countries, right? So yes, there is dilution of many of these laws, like I mentioned in the case of the environmental impact assessment is one such notification. Coastal regulation, zoning is another one, which has been diluted over a period of time to enhance development, reduce public participation. Although it says that yes, it will have more say, but then many projects are being exempted from some of these requirements as well. So there are competing interests. There are different kinds of actors involved in ensuring that these laws do not work in the way they are expected to. There is a level of bureaucratic inefficiency as well in implementing them. Some of these regulations have been in place for a while, but it takes longer to implement them. There is a lack of enforcement and implementation of regulations. Many industries, for instance, they get away with meager fines for polluting. So despite long drawn environmental protests and social protests, and still they get away with just meager fines. There is, of course, a lack of coordination also between different implementing agencies. So sometimes, the hierarchy is not very clearly, it's not very clearly outlined for these agencies to work in a smooth manner. I will end with actually climate change and then come to how do we transform the policies that we have. So I mean, this is this is something that has been used quite a lot as to how climate change impacts human health in a big way. So yeah, I think in the previous session also this image was shown. So it affects the food supply problem. Air pollution, it also affects water security, extreme heat, severe weather events. In all ways, and it's not just the vector-borne diseases or the diseases, but it's also health in a much broader sense. So this is something that is being affected heavily. So it's also a psychological issue now. There are neurological diseases which are being also talked about now because of various environmental problems. So in fact, National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, which was released in India, is trying to integrate human health actively into the climate change policies, which is something that is part of the National Action Plan on Climate Change itself. So these are some of the objectives. I'm not going into that because we will be running out of time, I think. Yeah, so I'll end with this last slide here, and what I'm trying to say here is mostly about systems thinking, and I think the examples that I mentioned and also the how policies have evolved in order to ensure that some of these, especially like climate change, is something that is becoming like this, this connector between different policies that we have put in place. Although even climate change policies are not, and not advanced to that level, because we still have a problem of layering of institutions, which that lack coordination between different agencies. But I think the Sustainable Development Goals, in fact, is one example, although it has its own follies. But you can see that this is something that tries to build on the systems thinking, that different systems, how they are interlinked with each other, and how these issues lead to a kind of and why we need a systems thinking that can then have a planetary health approach. So of course you need a multi-sector approach, you need multi-scalar, because even if you look at the air pollution problem, this is not something that is just vehicular pollution in a city. It is also something to do with, say, burning like the slash and burn, or burning that happens in the agricultural farms in the neighboring state. So this is something that is multi-scalar, right? So it's not something that is just city specific. So we need a multi-scalar approach. You also need although stakeholder may be not the right word always, you also have rights-based approach. So you have multi-stakeholder approach, and also people who have rights, so the right to life, for instance. This is something that is important. It's not just the human security level, but also at the ecological security level, because I think justice, as we talk about it, should be planetary justice and not just about climate justice in the way which is more anthropocentric or human-centric. Because I think what we need to understand is that human beings are enmeshed in the natural systems that we have around us, and this is something that the policies need to also to understand or to acknowledge very actively. Some of the processes which are important in that sense, co-production of knowledge is something that also helps build that bridges between the scientific, other policy and other kinds of communities. So knowledge should not be something that is just at the elite level. It's something that should be built from the bottom-up approach, where local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, local communities and their networks should also be part of the knowledge production. Joint monitoring and review, networking between different levels of governance, because this, as I mentioned, becomes very important for the systems thinking. It cannot be that, this is something that also requires a budgetary approach, a financial approach, which takes all these different players into the consideration. And fairness and efficiency is something that is very important. Fairness is, not just in terms of, legality, but also in terms of various other issues, whether it's socioeconomic conditions, and because we are also talking about various kinds of goals with respect to sustainable development. So all these issues are interconnected with each other, and this is where systems thinking needs to take us to the next level of integration. I mean, integration is not always good, but then integration between issues that matter and also help the most vulnerable populations in terms of fairness and justice is something that is important for a planetary health approach. So yeah, thank you so much. I will end here and happy to take questions later on.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanasri. We will now move to the next presenter. Dr. Cho, the floor is yours.
So, thank you so much, Professor. And I would like to also thank you for the invitation on behalf of Professor Yu Xiaofeng, the director of the NTS Center at Zhejiang University. My topic today is progress in environmental and health governance in China and cooperation for Asian nearby issues. Yes, over the past 40 years, the ecological and environmental problems accumulated, and with the 40 years of the rapid development after China's reform and opening up, have become increasingly apparent. Even if the ecological environment quality is improved in general, it will take a long time to alleviate the health impact of environmental pollution on the population, which was also the similar situation of those industrialized countries in history. The increasing application of new materials and new chemicals makes the environmental and health problems complicated and difficult to deal with in a short time. At the same time, with the development of society and the continuous improvement of people's living standards, the public environmental awareness now is also further enhanced, putting forward the higher requirements for the government to effectively protect citizens' environmental rights and health rights. China's economic, social, cultural, and political achievements are well known over the past 40 years under the background of rapid industrialization and urbanization. However, disease in transition are also increasing. For example, somewhere rural residents were exposed to both its emissions from solid fuel combustion and heavy metals from industry. The health impact of industrial pollution is something China is and will have to grapple with in coming decades. More stringent environmental regulations will be stipulated to protect China's land and rivers for producing safe food and providing safe drinking water. Population mobility, a key factor in economic and social change, also adds to the complexity. These problems bring different forms of governance challenges. Although these problems also exist to varying degrees in rich countries, industrialized countries, China's rapid economic growth during the reform period is more concentrated, and the problems are more acute. And the experience of the previous industrialized countries has limited reference value for China. Therefore, China has been on a long march in environmental and health governance with obvious characteristics. And the second, the progress in the environmental health and governance in China. The environmental and health picture in China is green, but there are also some positive trends. In fact, pre-industrialized countries relocated or outsourced polluting or extractive industries to developing countries. However, in history, while China has gradually increased its investment in agricultural production in other countries, market factors and development policies mean that industry will continue to transfer mainly within China. If pollution is not contained, its health effects will fall on the Chinese. In that sense, it's hard for China to make policies to shift losses as other countries do, because China can't find a replacement. China must take a way of self-therapy treatment for its main environmental and health impact in the history. So over the past 10 years, a lot of policies and even laws stipulated. In 2014, the Environmental Protection Law of PRC revised, added a special clause on protecting public health. And in October 2016, the CPC Central Committee and the State Council issued the outline of the Healthy China 2030 plan, in which building a healthy environment was included. In July 2019, the State Council issued the opinions of the State Council on the implementation of the Healthy China Action, and the Healthy China Action 2019 to 2030 was issued at a national level. So the above documents proposed the implementation of the Healthy Environmental Promotion Action, again putting forward detailed requirements for in-depth environmental and health work. So over the last 10 years, I think China has resolutely declared battles on pollution and implemented 3 action plans for the prevention and control of air, water, and soil pollution, thus solving a number of major environmental problems. On the whole, the quality of ecological environment has been improving steadily, while the Ministry of Environmental Protection is organizing some large pollution remediation projects similar to the US Superfund, and the demonstration ecological restoration projects have been launched. These cases show that the comprehensive treatment of existing polluted areas will require extremely expensive financial support. For the Chinese government, another incentive to tackle problems comes from a strong concern for social stability. All of these, along with the expansion of the space for public participation, bring hope to the solution of health problems caused by pollution and give impetus and resources to sustainable development. And the last one, I would like to take the case of the Fukushima nuclear power plant water discharging in Japan. Such kind of nearby issue or cases also happened in China and other countries. But nowadays, this case is quite hard for discussion in the academia here in China. The large scale projects in human development are important, but also easily lead to nearby crises. And most of them need international co-governance and public participation. At present, nuclear radiation and potential human health risks remain the main concern for China and also other Asian countries. On April 13, 2021, the Japanese government held a cabinet meeting to formally finalize the policy of discharging nuclear wastewater from the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant into the sea. So neighboring countries have expressed grave concern over the Japanese government's official decision to dispose of nuclear wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. So the issue of nuclear wastewater disposal at the Fukushima nuclear power plant should be re-examined, and discharge should not be initiated without a full consultation and agreement with all stakeholders. And the international IAEA, Fukushima surrounding ocean is not only to the survival of the local fishermen grounds, it's also part of the global and the Pacific Ocean. Nuclear wastewater discharged into the ocean will affect the global migratory fishing, human health, ecological safety, and other aspects. So this problem is not just for Japan, one country's domestic problems, but involved in the global maritime, ecological, and environmental security. Here are some suggestions which from China's environmental and health response practice over the past years. And one is for the to improve the information disclosure system. For a long time in history, the ways and means for information disclosure and public participation were extremely limited in China's history for, the protecting environmental history. China's newly revised environmental protection law strengthened the legal paths and procedures for information disclosure and public participation. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a transparent and careful decision-making mechanism according to the requirement of the national modernization of the governance system and governance capacity. So these years, China do a lot for such kind of improvements for the environmental protection. And the second, to design a well thought out decision-making process. According to the latter theory of the public participation in NIMBA facility decision-making should emphasize power sharing. The public should enjoy full participation rights in the establishment of NIMBA facilities. And if we can actively solicit public opinions at the early stage of the urban planning and other facilities, invite citizens in some planning areas to participate in the discussion and decision-making, government department will not be put into a passive and embarrassing situation at a later stage. And the third, to improve the multiple compensation and insurance mechanism. Compensation has also been regarded as an important means to solve NIMBY problems. It is necessary to establish a diversified and reasonable compensation mechanism and insurance mechanism to build a bridge between government behavior and citizen trust. So, of course, in view of the limitation of the compensation mechanism, it should be used as an auxiliary means to establish a compulsory environmental pollution insurance system for NIMBY facilities. The last one, to give full play to judicial relief mechanism. Taking the case of Fukushima with the water discharge, the impact of nuclear accident to human health cannot be clearly proved, but it does not mean that nuclear pollution does not pose a threat to human life and health. Under such circumstances, the Japanese government still plans to release contaminated water from Fukushima into sea by 2023. So this decision, which was not based on rigorous, significant scientific reasoning, was opposed by about 2070 of Fukushima residents. And the Japanese government's handling of Fukushima nuclear accident has long frustrated local people. And also such kind of cases also happen in China. And some like the power stations and in my provinces. So we should learn such lessons from our history. And however, at present, environmental public interest litigation can only be aimed at actions that pollute the environment, destroy the ecology, and harm the public interests of the society. That is the fact of environmental pollution. At the international level, for example, the wastewater discharge of Fukushima nuclear power plant has become a situation that may be polluted and damaged soon. And the object of international arbitration and regulation should be extended to this field. So I would like to close my presentation now, waiting for take the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Zhou. Can we have Dr. Jody and Patania next, please?
Is my screen?
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Okay. So a very good afternoon from India. It's indeed great and an honor to be part of the 6th NTS Asia Consortium. And the topic I'm going to deal with today is India's environment and water security, planetary health, and assessment. So I'm going to cover my presentation in 3 parts. First, I'll talk about the conceptual understanding as to what do we mean by environment security, planetary health, water security. And most of the speakers have already covered it, so I'm going to not cover it in detail. Then I'm going to take the conceptual understanding and put it in the context of India and how do we fare in that. And then, of course, I move on to part 3 of my presentation, which talks about recommendations. Conceptual understanding. So the picture here, I think, says it all. You know, we share our planet and our home with millions of species. So justice and sustainability both demand that we do not use more resources than we actually need them. So need-based resource and judicious use of resources is something which we all have to cater to. The fundamental right to economic security should also include ecological and environment security. Because if you provide these 2 ingredients to the population, perhaps it will stabilize itself. India's leading environmentalist, Vandana Shiva, says, and allow me to quote her, "In nature's economy, the currency is not money, it is life." So the planetary health, as was said by the previous speaker, is not a new discipline. It is an extension of a concept which was understood by our ancestors, and it remains inseparable to human health. Planetary health, in fact, is inseparably bonded to human health. The term planetary health, in fact, originated round about during the health and the environmental movements in the 70s and 80s. But it was only the WHO definition of health in the 80s and 90s that the concept of health was expanded to include physical health, mental health, social, and most important, ecological well-being. So not merely absence of disease, but ecological well-being was what the WHO also quoted. Coming to the 21st century agenda, the 21st century agenda for the planetary health was also enunciated and declared in the Canmore Declaration of April 2018, which was the 7th WIVO meeting in Canmore, which was in Alberta in Canada in April 2018. So the most important thing that was said here was emotional bonds between people and the land, personal commitment to shaping new normative attitudes and behavior, and unity of purpose and recognition of biophysiological, sociological interdependence. Coming now to the next slide. So justice peace is not merely the cessation of war, but a positive ideal. So health is not merely the absence of disease. Now, taking what we understood as a concept and putting it across into the contextual understanding of India. As you all know, India is the 7th largest country in the world. It has about 2.4% of the total land area and supports 17% of the world's population. And India is one of the 12 mega diversity countries of the world, with 15% of livestock. And mind you, only 4% of water resources. And this is what I want to hint out in my next forthcoming slides. We all face multitude of non-traditional and traditional security challenges. We all know that. And both of these are complementary and reinforce each other. What does it happen? All this further intensifies the vulnerability of the region. There are very issues like water scarcity, poverty, which is affecting all of us. And what are the governments seem to be doing? Have they fully prioritized combating non-traditional security threats like environmental degradation, which affects millions of us? No. most of us, and I'm talking about the Indian government, they are primarily still today, they are clinging on to traditional, non-traditional national security issues, which are related to conventional warfare. But is the government to be blamed? The circumstances are such that you need to poise a middle path wherein you do give impetus to non-traditional security threats. Now, this is a map which shows that how the high emission scenario, and this is with regard to South Asia and India in particular, you see how the central part of the India from moderate to high emission scenario is going to reach by 250. And it's going to impact the livelihood of staggering 800 million people. And this is an alarming risk which global warming is going to pose in terms of ecological disturbances and environmental degradation. So primarily, there were two major reports, international reports, which talked about the same. The Global Risk Report 2020, it said that out of the 10 global risks, 5 of them were related to environment and nature, which shows the enormity of the problem. And another one was the IPCC panel 2021, where it particularly stated that India's extreme flooding and extreme weather conditions and melting mountains is something which we are going to see. So what is the cause and what is the effect? The causes are, of course, human-induced disturbances, and which is the affected party is, of course, the human resources and humans. Misuse of technology, illicit transnational activities do what? They induce development, which is lopsided, and it sometimes stagnates. So what do the illicit transnational activities like poaching, deforestation, what does it do? In India, sometimes, in fact, most of the time, it does lead to room for a softer threats, which thrive. Excessive use of natural resources also lead to national security threats. The rapid growing population in India has led to 60% of arable land which suffers today because of environmental degradation, thanks to the rapidly growing poor population and misappropriation of natural resources. Deforestation, 2.5 million acres per year. What has it led to? Massive soil erosion, flooding, and pollution. These are the 5 guarantees which India has done to climate action. How much and how soon is for you to gauge, and for us, the path to success is this, which says it reduces carbon intensity of economy by less than 45% by 2030. So these are idealistic goals, but as long as we move towards it, it's good. Now, India's water crisis, and I'm going to just stick on to the groundwater crisis. India ranks 133 out of 180 nations in terms of water availability. It ranks 120 out of 122 nations for its water quality. 80% of India's water surface is polluted, which results in India losing around about $6 billion per year due to water-related diseases. And to amplify what I'm saying, I would like to show you the next slide, rather the video.
Dr. Jyoti, can you hear me? Dr. Jyoti, can you hear me?
Yeah. So now
We don't,
I would just...
sorry, just to interrupt, we don't seem to have audio for your video and it's on your side.
Okay.
Perhaps you could, maybe you can continue and then we can play it at the end if we have time, so
Yeah.
we don't eat into
Okay.
your presentation. Yeah,
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
yeah, you're fine. We can hear you.
Okay, great. So anyway, maybe I'll try and showcase the video later. So what the video was trying to show it was basically the India's groundwater resource. You know, how and what does the Indian government have to do with regard to groundwater resource? What are the resources? What are the policy planning it had to do? Was primarily one most important mission that was launched in 2019 was the Jal Jeevan mission, where it was huge budget was used. But you know, the fact of the matter is that the 12th time India has set such a deadline, but has not been able to meet up. So policies, plannings is at one side and implementation is at the other side. So what are the security implications for the environment and water security? There are many, and I have just named few of them. It has a potential to exacerbate insurgencies. And why do I say that? Critical infrastructures, public health systems. What did we see in Northeast and areas of central India, where left-wing extremism, ecologically sensitive regions were also very, very important. And why do I say that? Because climate stress plus weak state capacity leads to deterioration in the livelihoods. And that is why insurgency, because of underdevelopment of resources. So water stress and land degradation in dry land agrarian regions has impacted the small farmers. As a result, many of those are interlinked with the left-wing extremism actions in central India. There is an increased amount of human and wildlife interaction which arises from natural habitat loss. And as a result, new zoonotic diseases are for us to bear with. As we have seen, epidemic-induced public health crisis, national security issues. The reason today we are talking online is, of course, the credit goes to the epidemic also. So the high population density and limited public health management capacity, all this is exacerbated because of the catastrophic issues which pandemic raises. There is risk of adversarial state and non-state actors disinformation campaigns, which are intensifying panic and discontent which arises from any public health emergency and internal instability. So what are the recommendations? Now, a couple of them, but I'm just going to give you three. Under three verticals. First, whom should we pay heed to now? Environment security and water crisis. Why? Because environment security encapsulates air pollution, water pollution, you just name climate change, everything, most of the thing is encapsulated under environment security. Societal issues and human security needs are also to be met. How? When you have visionary policymakers who have the will to enforce the decisions, but the inaction cost is unbearable now. So action has to be taken. So climate resilience is the word which I would stress. It would strengthen societies, economies, ecosystem with greater synergies and convergences. Environmental health and health ministries should collaborate with joint agendas for a green recovery. COVID-19 pandemic showed us about the interconnected world and of course, the zoonotic virus, wildlife and human interrelatedness, which showed the universe is all molecular universe. We have to break down all our silos and integrate the policy and programming. So this is a formula which perhaps during my research, I just thought I'd share it with you, that ES plus WS is PH. And that means environment security plus water security should give us a holistic amount of planetary health, but this is not enough. This should become a fundamental right of all the citizens of the planet, a fundamental right for us to see that our planet and our Mother Earth thrives. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. We'll see later if we have a bit of time, and then we can show the video. But now, can I please have Ms. Novia Su to do your presentation, please?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Novia. I'm a researcher at Center for Strategic and International Studies in Jakarta. So today, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm going to share what I observed on Indonesia's climate actions and how it linked to human health and also planetary health as a whole. So as a background, I think we all agree that we are facing a multiple planetary crisis. But if we look closer into the core, we can say that climate change is influencing all of this crisis at the same time. It is undeniable that human activities based on the fossil fuel combustion have increased the CO2 concentration in our atmosphere by 49% since the start of Industrial Revolution in 1850. And observed warming rate is high, it's unprecedented in at least the last 2000 years. And I know that here says that the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere is 418 parts per million since January 2022. But this morning I checked, and in 4th of April, it's 420 parts per million. It's crazy how fast it's growing, even though we know that there is a multiple initiative for green recovery post-pandemic. And we also see that the impacts from climate change are not isolated. We can see that the warming has happened across the globe, from America, Europe, Africa, and also Asia. And the observed surface warming have reached 1.2 degrees Celsius, and the impact has been identified on various aspects of life. And even though Paris Agreement says all the nations in Paris Agreement have agreed to limit the temperature rise at 2 degrees Celsius and trying their best effort to keep at 1.5 degrees Celsius, it is not safe to say that we are free from the climate impacts. WRI has made a very good figure to compile all the risk from rising temperature based on the IPCC report. And here it says at 1.5 degrees Celsius, we still face a biodiversity loss risk, with 14% of the species are at high risk of extinction. And this 14% is only depict of forest and land species, and they're not even comprised of underwater life. And at 1.5 degrees Celsius as well, we can see more higher cost of drought and on food security. And with the warming climate as well, more frequent and also higher magnitude of fires and extreme heat that has direct cost to human life, and also floodings and also sea level rise. And I really like this figure from WHO, which summarize very good linkage between climate change to human life and human health. And between those two is the vulnerability factors that mention vulnerability is not only just from the health perspective, but in this whole system perspective, for example, due to demographic factors, geographic and socioeconomic factors that feed into how we are exposed to climate change impacts and how we are vulnerable towards it. And also, on the other hand as well, in the other side as well, the health system capacity shows how we can be adaptive towards it and how we are having the capacity to respond towards the climate change. And here also it lists a very extensive health outcomes that are climate sensitive. And I really like how they also include mental health inside of the health outcome, because it's a very, it's now increasingly important to see how our mental health influenced by climate change. And I'm not dwelling too much into what causes the most death in the global sense, but I just want to show the example of Indonesia's case. Here it shows that since 2009 to 2019, Indonesia has shifted the causes of the death from the communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases, and this is very much linked towards what happened in the environment and how we consume and our diet, for example. And just to see in closer look for the vulnerable factors, Indonesia, around 250 million people are very prone to disaster, because 97% of Indonesia's population lives in the disaster-prone areas, with more than 60% of the hazard related to earthquake. And also inequality and poor living conditions are also undermined the determinants for good health. For example, we are very prone to airborne and also waterborne diseases because, for example, a very bad ventilation in the houses, and also exacerbating the double burden of stunting, for example, and on top of increasing health expenditure due to malnutrition, Indonesians' population, especially the poor one, they also has to suffer from reduced productivity due to reduced cognitive development due to the stunting conditions, and also unequal access to healthcare, and also lack of social support systems make families, and especially the poor ones, stays in poverty, especially in the wake of health crises such as COVID-19. And on the other hand, the health system capacity and also resilience also shows that Indonesia fall behind from other counterparts. For example, in the effective, the Universal Health Coverage Effective Index, it shows that Indonesia in 2019 only have the index 48.7%, while the average is at 60. It's fall behind, and also the capacity in the healthcare sector itself, for example, compared to Malaysia or even Philippines, for example, Indonesia still fall behind. So what is the key to get out of this is we have to reduce our vulnerability towards the climate change, but there is no silver bullet. In here, I see that it shows that there are two ways to respond towards this. It is to do the mitigation and also to do the adaptation, but we cannot choose one and then not doing the other. We have to do both, and at the same time, at the front loading part and in the very short and rapid timeline. So Indonesia initiative so far has been very in line with the global trend. Indonesia's commit to reduce 29% of its greenhouse gas emission based on business as usual with our own effort, or up to 41% with international assistance by 2030. And on top of that, Indonesia also seek to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. I'm sorry. However, progress is rated very insufficient. Now, at this level, we are still in line towards the warming almost 3%, 3 degrees Celsius, and it's very, very insufficient towards what we have agreed on in Paris Agreement. That is because of why I see that Indonesia's economy is still very dependent on fossil fuel, and it also the national energy mix doesn't support the decarbonization goal as well. If we see here, more than 75% is still based on fossil fuel, our energy mix, and only 23% is allocated for new and renewables. Even though I see that new and renewables may pose some problems later, because it is unclear how we decompose the new, which is based on biomass fuel, versus the renewables, the solar, wind, or hydro, because new energy sources has a potential to cause more environmental degradation too, such as they still emit greenhouse gas emission and also put burden on land use for industrial production. And also fossil fuel prices, we can see now are skyrocketing, which can be seen as a reason for a decarbonization, especially when we see that variable cost for renewable energy power is literally zero. Although if you consider the cost of building the power plant itself, but building the fossil fuel power plant also costs money. And the technological cost for renewables has drastically reduced over time and keep reducing in the future. And also that will pose some significant consideration for carbon locked in and how potential of stranded assets will happen in the future, especially when fossil fuel become obsolete. And also with the rising prices, we can see that it add to energy subsidy burden, especially for Indonesia, where Indonesia still gives subsidy, a large sum of subsidy for fossil fuels, and also at the same time, we are also net oil importer. And the subsidy, we can see it disinfantilize the decarbonization process by giving an uneven level playing field for renewables, and also subsidy mask the economic value of energy at the time of the price fluctuation and uncertainty in the global economy. And also we can see that in the future, there is still potential for energy prices, especially fossil fuel prices, to continue to increase, given the fact that it is very limited, and also fossil fuel supply chains are are vulnerable towards disruption due to geopolitical issues, as we see with the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. And then we can see that how we get out of this is through electrification. So electrification, we see as the key in the transition towards the renewables, but it is it is not yet optimal. In the case of Indonesia, electricity is still a very monopoly and also monopsony market. And consequently, public market depends to sole institution and its state-owned enterprises as well. And the incentive for the institution is greatly influence the success of the energy transition. And we also see that there is an inadequate integration between the regional electrification policies. As we see here, the map of Indonesia is it's a very maritime. So most of the economic concentration is in Java Island, where it's very high cost service delivery towards, like, for example, in Papua, from Java to Papua. And there is also still, we don't have a comprehensive law on renewable energy. For example, if we have this law on renewable energy, we can propose the incentives for decarbonization for the SOEs, and we can also put in a financing scheme that can de-risk the renewable projects, for example, provide guarantee from the government, and also we can improve the coordination between government agencies, especially between central and also regional governments, to improve the electrification in Indonesia. And also, lastly, the policies for energy efficiencies are not yet optimal. We can still say that it's very new, so it has not been properly or largely enforced. And also we can see that there is a tendency of aging grid infrastructure in Indonesia. So there is no proper management and also maintenance. As a result, there is a lot of energy losses in the distribution. So another part of it is carbon pricing. We see that carbon pricing will be the one of the reliable instrument in the energy transition in Indonesia. So Indonesia has put in the law to enforce carbon tax. It is supposed to be imposed in 1st of April, but it got postponed into July 2022. The impose of carbon tax will be gradually, will gradually imposed or introduced with ongoing evaluation, with a tariff of 30,000 rupiah per ton, or around $2 US dollars per ton of CO2 emissions. And it will be firstly imposed on bodies engaged in coal-fired power plants and will be evaluated later on. And it will use the cap and tax scheme. And also the benefits will be distributed through state budget. The introduction of carbon tax will become the addition towards how we Indonesia develop the carbon trading market. And then on top of all this, Indonesia also has to prepare a strategies to face the rising trend of global climate policies. So as an example, we can see here in the EU, they propose the carbon border adjustment measures and also put on a regulation on deforestation-free products. So they want to regulate what they consume through imports. And Indonesia, as an open and engaged with the global community countries, we have to anticipate the implications for Indonesia, and we have to formulate strategies to minimize the impacts of it, because we know that Indonesia are still not competitive, and we still need a lot of assistance in our development agenda. And we also need to seize the opportunity to fill the sustainable global value chain, because this opportunity are rising, and Indonesia has a lot of resources to tap on this opportunity. And we must shift our thinking to not only pursue economic value added, but also achieve the decarbonization target goal in the process of it. So we have two options. And we have to think which one is more sustainable. The first one, obviously, is to be defensive. And I can say that I see a lot of defensive approach from Indonesia's side towards this rising climate-related threat measures, for example. And we are arguing that other alternative product also has a very similar low sustainability criteria, for example, compared to our palm oil. And then we also argue that different definition is what we are using. And we claim that our action is not environmentally damaging as claimed by by other countries. And obviously, we also have the second option, which is we are open to reform, and we can use this chance, this opportunity, to improve our sustainability standards in the production and also the consumption process. And at the same time, we have to promote a more quality reporting and also evaluation system. So in short, we have to try to show to the policymakers that proactive approach is better than the reactive one, because right now we see there's a lot of reactions and not prepared strategies. And also at the same time, and I think this is a very important one, is human capital. Human capital is very important.
Sorry, Ms. Lisio, can I just get you to quickly round up the presentation?
Yes, I'm coming to the end. And also in the process itself, we have to improve the capacity for the policymakers, and also we have to seize the opportunity that the labor demand is very high for green economy, and we have to think how to retrain and also reskill our effective workforce, and also education about the environment and also disaster is very important. We can do it through formal education or informal education, make use of the community leaders and also religious leaders. And I think think tank or also university play a very important role here with translating the science into the public knowledge, and also from that they can grow into public movement and then translate it into public policies. And also we have to understand that time is of the essence. So no longer delay. So what if we fail? There are only two, I think there are two impacts that we can consider: impacts from the ecological collapse itself and also impacts from strategic implications. For example, we are disconnected from the global economy, and also we lost the economic opportunity from these green transitions. So I think this is to conclude, climate change should be seen as an integral part of the biggest threat facing humanity, be it on human health or the economy. It is a planetary problem, and I think it needs planetary solutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Su. Now, can I please get Professor Tomonori Yoshizaki to give his presentation? The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much for invitations, and hello from Tokyo. And I think this is the third time to speak for the RSIS, the NTS workshop. Thank you very much for having me. And could I share the screen with you? Okay. I hope you can see. Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Again, thank you very much for having me. I'm Vice President of National Institute for Defense Studies, and this post is quite new to me. I was assigned the last Friday, so only 1 week in this position. But previously, I was a director of policy simulation, thinking about the unthinkable type of things. And today, I'm so happy to talk about non-traditional security challenges and COVID-19 and Japan's perspective on Japan, ASEAN, or Japan regional cooperation to counter this kind of the thinking about the unthinkable or black swan situations. Okay, let me start. This is a snapshot of 2 years back. We had Diamond Princess, big cruiser, and we have this boat in Yokohama Harbor for about 1 month to counter the COVID-19. But please note that it was the January 31st. So that was the first initial kind of foreign responses to COVID. And now you can see the 2 trucks of the self-defense forces, the trucks providing the medical care and injections or PCR test. But again, this was a February and March of back in 2020, the 2 years back. So we had less image and knowledge about how to counter these black swan situations. We had about 3,700 personnel to counter these unknown unknowns. Then this picture gives you some snapshot. We have a regular so-called capacity building project with ASEAN 10 countries, including Singapore. And we have so-called the HADR, Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Operation exercises here in Tokyo. But in these 2 years, we couldn't do it due to pandemics. Now, I was and I am responsible for organizing this kind of tabletop simulations with ASEAN members. You can see the militaries of the ASEAN 10 members, on how to counter this kind of COVID or humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. But this reality is that we have to do it online, not face-to-face. That is the way we are. Okay, so let me limit myself talking about Japan's self-defense forces activities to counter the so-called humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation. I believe we have an impact of so-called planetary health consideration of concept from non-traditional security perspective, because you can see the military was designed, and it is designed to counter traditional security challenges like a Ukraine situation this time. But now, today, we are talking more about kind of regional impact and planetary health concept. So I'm so happy to elaborate the concept to counter this kind of multiple challenges. And these are the discussion point for today. So I will talk about Japan's own soft power concept, focusing on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief and healthcare issues. And then I will call it soft power of Japan based upon our national disaster management. We had the full-fledged support from the public. Then I will conclude with the current challenges of COVID, and I would like to share with you. Okay, first, let me start with numbers. Japanese public support to the self-defense forces operation on disaster management, or HDR, is extremely good. Please look at the number, and on the top, this is the newest number. But the question we ask every 4 years is that what is the most useful mission of the self-defense forces? And the number one priority of the public is the disaster relief, disaster management, not the security consideration like North Korean ICBM, the missile testing, or Chinese fishery board, blah, blah, blah. No, disaster relief and management. You can see about more than 80% Japanese public see that this is the most crucial for self-defense forces. That's, I should say, kind of the quite unique number, because Japanese public think that this kind of disaster relief is traditional operation, traditional mission for self-defense forces, not Army, Navy type of things. This is quite unique. Why? We have so many natural disasters, including not that natural disaster, but the disaster like COVID. And you can see that the Great Eastern earthquake 11 years back. And the previous speaker touched on the Fukushima nuclear power plant. And I was lucky to have a tour to oversee the Fukushima #1 power plant. And it is a very tough moment still. And we have to mother through, and burdens are huge. But I can say these things. This is nationwide, very serious damage, not only to Fukushima itself, but to Tokyo and many Fukushima area still. But the issue is that the Japanese public see self-defense forces as a first responder to this kind of nation-level disaster like Fukushima nuclear things. Let me go next slide. Why? Well, in general, we can say that the roles of the military in disaster relief operation can be listed like this. Military have information, ready budget, logistic support, personnel, equipment, heavy equipment, infrastructure, protection of the people, and the decision mechanism is top-down, quite speedy. But the most crucial, I believe, is the last one, stability on site, reassuring the people who are affected by disaster like a nuclear power plants or the earthquake, the tsunami. So we were there to reassure people. That is critical. Then next one is a regional planetary impact of this kind of HADR. We believe that the HADR training and lesson learned are critical to think about the planetary healthcare or regional cooperation like today, because it is easy to go into disaster and quagmire and having a kind of Ukraine situation. Protection with civilian is always a challenge because military has missiles, tanks, and also many military equipment which can easily kill innocent civilian. So the idea of Japanese, the HADR, is depoliticize these kind of operations. That means military must be the last resort. And in order to ensure kind of the safety and reassurance of the affected people based upon self-defense forces experiences, that's our take. So we say normative power in the multilateral security architecture like ASEAN is critical, and UN and many other regional sites is critical. And then why we have this kind of the tabletop simulations or the capacity building, because we should have a cluster approaches based upon UN model and how to maximize the impact of the humanitarian activities upon the people and local community affected by the disaster. So we need to coordinate these local first responder, like a police, firefighter, and then the ministries, UN agencies, regional organization, NPOs. The idea is, okay, slow down and depoliticize, and protection of civilian or people, affected people, is a #1 priority. And the idea is depoliticize the issues and get the maximum impact from humanitarian perspectives. That's my take. So in that sense, Japan's support to the ASEAN on HADR is a soft power, and its self-defense forces should be regarded as a force for good. So in this sense, capacity building assistance incorporate the concept of achieving long-term development for enhanced national regional resilience, focusing on including planetary healthcare. Okay, let me conclude with this slide. So this is where we are, and self-defense forces was a first responder in the encounter the Diamond Princess cruiser back in January, February 2020, because we had no idea how to do with that. And please look at the picture. This is Japanese public queuing for vaccination provided by self-defense forces. And please believe me that I went there, and it is very close to the Tokyo station. That means that this is the center of the metropolitan capital. Can you believe that? So this is a symbol that we try to open up and welcome welcome the people to have a kind of reassurance. So providing the reassurance so far is very promising and successful. But we need to go back to basics. Ministry of Health, Labor, Welfare is now fully in charge. So the idea is that the self-defense forces was the kind of first responder as to the Diamond Princess accident, I should say, and also have a structured corporations in center of the metropolitan capital of Tokyo. But now we are going back to basics, and this will lead to kind of the peacetime operation by Japanese government. I will stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, can I just get all the speakers to just be on video, because we're just going to take a quick photograph, a screenshot. Are we done? Thank you very much. Actually, we have a short video that we want to show you, which we missed. It's actually Dr. Jyoti's video. It'll be about 4 minutes. If you don't mind, you could just see it, and then we'll break for coffee or tea. And can I please also request all our speakers to please remain online, because we'll be back for the Q&A session.
Groundwater is India's water lifeline. It has been India's water lifeline for last 4 decades at least. This is in all subsectors, including irrigation, rural drinking, domestic water supply, the urban domestic water supply, and also industrial and commercial water use. On the whole, the groundwater situation is deteriorating pretty fast in large number of areas.
Did you know that 85% of India's villages and small towns depend on groundwater for their drinking and everyday chores? But what is groundwater? Groundwater is essentially fresh water found at a depth of approximately 5 to 20 meters below the ground. It makes 30% of the world's freshwater supply. But India has a real problem when it comes to groundwater. We're simply using too much of it and withdrawing it at a rate that is higher than replenishment. It makes India the most groundwater-stressed region in the world. Globally, irrigation of crops sucks 70% of available fresh water. In dry countries like Chile and Sudan, 90% of fresh water is used to irrigate farmland. And in India, over 50% of all irrigation-linked freshwater withdrawals are from groundwater reserves. Groundwater is primarily recharged in the monsoon months from June to September. But precipitation levels vary substantially, with India's western region receiving less than 600 millimeters of rainfall. And as a result, Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi are classified as critical regions having overexploited stages of groundwater extraction, especially since most of these are intensively cultivated areas, withdrawing high levels of groundwater. But India's northeast states extract the least groundwater, less than 12%.
There is not sufficient electricity access to large parts of Northeast India, particularly in rural areas. It's still more tribal dominated and traditional farming practices that are followed there, and hence they don't really use that much water. It's a relatively high rainfall area where there are still a very large number of local water systems existing, which provide water for the irrigation to some extent.
So these places are considered non-critical in terms of groundwater depletion. States that extract less than 50% groundwater are also considered safe. These include West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, and Tripura. But those like Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and Himachal Pradesh, which extract more than 50% of their groundwater, are semi-critical. However, groundwater in India is not uniformly usable either. The semi-arid western region and the coastlines have a high prevalence of groundwater salinity. In addition, a total of 213 districts across 19 states have unhealthy levels of fluoride in groundwater. That may cause fluorosis, which affects teeth and bones. So how can we solve the problem of overuse of groundwater?
We have to also regulate groundwater use. The regulation of the groundwater should also be at the aquifer based. And that means it has to happen decentralized way, starting from the watershed village level and then federating up from there. If we empower the people at the village level, at the ward level, to to understand what is the groundwater, how does the groundwater regulation should happen. I think the people will get connected, people will feel connected with the whole issue. They will get empowered to get connected and regulate the groundwater use at the local level. And then they will also protect the groundwater recharge system. They'll possibly enhance them. For example, desilting of the local tanks at the village level and so on, rivers and streams and so on. So this is the way forward, I feel.
Thank you. I'll just hand you over to Louis for the announcements.
Thank you, Dr. Noyer. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for tea and coffee available outside. Can we all agree to resume at 4:20 p.m., please? Please make your way back to this room by then. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now resume with our session for Q&A with panelists. Dr. Nair, please.
Thank you, Louis. So can I just confirm that we have all our panelists online? Yes? Okay. Dr. Cho had to leave the session. His apologies, he's tied up with something else, so he won't be around to take your questions, but the rest of our panelists are. So can I just start with the first round of questions?
I think there's a question in the Q&A in Zoom.
Yes. So we'll just go with the floor first. Any questions from the floor? Yes, Al.
Thanks. My question is to all the panelists, but we heard specifically about it from Novia, and that was the turn of phrase anticipatory actions, basically. So I'm wondering what the panelists think about anticipatory action and its place within the planetary health framework. So primarily to Novia.
Novia, okay. So we have that question, and then we have one more question from the chat, which I'm just going to read. It's addressed to all the panelists. So it's got 3 parts. So hang on, here it comes. So based on the case studies that you all cited in your presentation, A, who do you think should know about planetary health concept? So I assume that which actor should know about this most. B, what do you think can hinder the adaptation of planetary health concept by the actors that you identified in A? And C, how do you think the application of planetary health concept can help fix gaps identified in your case studies? So that's for all the panelists. So I think we can Novia, would you like to start first, and then we can go down the list for the second question?
Thank you for the questions. Anticipatory actions within planetary health. This is what I briefly pan out within my presentation, that actually we have to be more proactive rather than reactive towards it. Disclaimatory, I'm not a health expert and also not a health economist, but I have a quite understanding about how the economy works within, especially within the international economy framework. And I can say that most of the developing countries, such as Indonesia, we are kind of buying towards reactive approach rather than proactive, or you say anticipatory actions. For example, Indonesia, they don't have any strategy how to face the rising threat measures related to climate change. And also within the COVID-19 as well, we don't really see how we can allocate our resources more, like divide our resources into health, into education. We don't really have the capacity. Also, we don't have the resources to do so. That is why I think in this year, G20 Indonesia presidency proposed to have a more concrete actions into a resource pooling, and that's why from there we can allocate better into the resources, and then we can fix or kind of design a whole approach into preparedness and also prevention, rather than fixing stuff when it's come up, or when we hit the health crisis, for example. I know this is not a very comprehensive answers. I'm still also wrapping up my head around these issues, and also around this concept of planetary health. And I think Indonesia will do better, not alone, but together within ASEAN or even South Asia as well.
Thank you, Ms. Su. So can all the panelists take the second question, and we will start with Dr. Dhanasri, and then Dr. Jody, Ms. Su, and then Professor Tomonori. So Dr. Dhanasri, can we hear from you first, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Margaret. Who are the actors who need to know about planetary health concept? I think everyone needs to know about it because almost all actors need to be part of the solution. It needs to be like a whole of government and whole of society approach, both. So I don't think it can be something where some actors need to be more influential, or some actors need to have the solutions in place, while others don't have much of a say in how these actions or how these policies are formulated, or just framing the concept itself. So I think in that sense, I don't think I would say some actors would be more influential. But yes, in most of the contexts, like including that of India, some ministries and some government agencies and some governments, like at different levels of governance, have more powers on these issues. So whether when it comes to environmental issues, your Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. You also have a Ministry of Health, which decides most of the issues related to health-related issues. So so in that sense, it is a siloed approach. But I think what needs to be done is that all these different agencies and actors need to come together. And in that sense, as I mentioned, I think this is a concept which has to come also from the bottom up. So I don't think just the governments and others need to take cognizance of these issues. The individuals, the societies, the communities also have to come on board as such. So I wouldn't say like, who should be the actor. So, I mean, some of the examples that I mentioned, like say, for instance, air pollution is one of them, or water pollution is another one. Dr. Jyoti also talked about water security, right? So, I mean, think about over extraction of groundwater. Now, this is something that also has to come from the industrial users, agricultural users, and others who are excessively drawing water from the ground. So this is not just about the government regulations and other things, but it's also something that needs to change with behavioral patterns and things like that. Who do you think can hinder the adoption? Again, it depends on, as I mentioned, there are always competing interests. Environment versus development is like I would say, although, there's been a change in that perception that both need to go hand in hand, but that is mostly in just saying, right? So still development is given priority, which is why a lot of regulations are still being diluted or are being sidelined or all of that. I mean, one of the actors which I think I did not mention in my presentation is also the judiciary, right? So when we talk about environmental litigations and public interest litigations in India, the judiciary has played a big role in ensuring, say, right to life and the fundamental rights of the people. So I think in that sense, something like the Green Tribunal, which India has set up, has been successful to some extent. But like I mentioned, competing interests will always come in the way. So developmental priorities or actors with different interests, like lobbies and mining companies, for instance, all these different companies or other actors would have different interests, which would come in the way of the adoption of such of a planetary health approach. And how do you think the application of planetary health concept can help fix the gaps? And that's very clear that when we link these issues, right? So when we adopt, say, an initiative, there are sometimes even unintended consequences of that action, right? So this is where even anticipatory governance comes into place. That you bring into place some mitigation projects, adaptation projects, without really taking care of how this will affect different communities or how it affects the local level governance, right? So this is where anticipation does come into picture. And this is where I think, I mean, this is not the only place where it comes to picture. Like Novia mentioned, there are various places, but then it's important that these gaps in governance, like take the example of disasters itself. It has cascading risks associated with it. But there's always like a reactive approach. Okay, relief and rescue is given prioritization for obvious reasons. But beyond that, how do you rebuild lives and infrastructure, right? Do you take a planetary health approach when you rebuild, like we are talking about green recovery from COVID-19? How much of it is going to be implemented and how much of it is only in paper? Right. So this is a question, which we need to ask ourselves, and this is where the gaps can be filled. Especially when we think about issues that are interconnected with each other, and when we think of these cascading impacts, in particular with respect to what is happening with climate change and associated risks, it's important that we have a planetary approach. So yeah, so in that sense, it can fix the gaps. But at the same time, as I mentioned, when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to implementation, and there is always power and agency. We cannot forget that. So in terms of power and agency, if some actors are given more influence while others are sidelined or marginalized, then it can actually create more problems than it originally envisaged. So we need to take that into consideration. We need to keep different players and different stakeholders, at the same time, different people who have rights to, whatever we are talking about, they need to be on the table. Otherwise, yeah, this is going to create further power hierarchies and further problems in governance in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanasri. Dr. Jyoti, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think Dr. Dhanasri has already covered most of the things, but to add on to it, it's the Indian Constitution, as per the Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 48A states that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve its environment and safeguard forest life. Article 51A again states that it shall be the duty of every citizen in India to protect and improve the national security, the national environment. That's not enough. In order for environment security or water security to fully percolate down to the people, you not only need whole of government approach, you need to prioritize. For instance, if we are talking about groundwater recovery, who are the people who are getting affected by groundwater recovery? It is the farmers. As to 60 to 70% of the India's agricultural land is farming land. So if the groundwater gets finished, how are they going to replenish their farms? That's the basic question. So one has to, prioritize which areas need first planning, not only planning, but implementation on ground. Whole of government approach, certainly. Citizens, certainly. But is it actually happening on ground? The NGOs themselves are taking upon the work which the government agencies should have done long time back. Because I'm not blaming anybody, but what I'm trying to say is that you need to prioritize. What does India do when its national security challenges are increasing? When territorial aggression is being done on India, when there's proxy war terrorism happening, at the same time, we are putting in resources for environmental security, for water security, ground degradation. So the resources of the government, the policies and plannings of the government, take a streamline, or they move towards first protecting your own territorial frontiers. And so the traditional security issues become predominant over the non-traditional security issues. So it is interwoven, it is intermixed. So I feel one needs to prioritize that at this stage, what is the most important thing in non-traditional security which is affecting our country. And it's just not our country, we are all interlinked. So it's the South Asian region, it's the world at large, and that's how the whole concept of planetary health. And I think the COVID pandemic has been a leveler also, and at the same time, it has shown the world that we are all unequal to quite an extent. So I guess in my presentation also I had given a formula that environment security plus water security is equal to planetary health, and this should become a fundamental right of every citizen, not only of India, I think in each and every country, because the government also needs to act and the people also need to abide by those governmental acts, because we are the sufferers. The people are the ones who are suffering the most. And I feel we, in our own unique ways, in our own homes, we need to start conservation, be it water, be it electricity, be it air. I think I'll rest my case there.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Ms. Su, can we hear from you, please?
Yes, thank you. I completely agree with Dr. Jyoti and also Ms. Dana, I think. Yeah, I agree that everyone should know about planetary health, but allow me to also link it to what the hindrance to this concept is. Political will always play a significant part of it. So people in the government should internalize this concept into their interest and also their policy making process. The major part is to get the climate action right? So we know right now net zero target is a big jargon everywhere. But the question remains is how to get the net zero right? So what the factors should be considered in the process, and etc. So for example, that the actions should be front loading and no more waiting time, for example, because like we see nowadays, government always say that, oh, for example, Indonesia, oh, we cannot do much in this time because we don't have resources. So we will continue burn coal. We will continue to degrade our land for this biomass production, for example. But then to see the implementation itself, we should also consider a wider perspective. In this sense, we are talking about the more like major public interest here. So education is very important. So we should educate the public, and it is one of the core action that we need to emphasize further. Because right now, if we compare environmental or health issues to other issues such as economic issues, the issues of environment and health and well-being, for example, are deemed as the least important issues because it is perceived as a problem of the future. Taking the work that we are doing at CSIS, for example, we survey 2,000 respondents to see voters' tendency during the 2009 election, and the survey result came out that only 1.6% of the respondents see that environmental issues as an important one and should have internalized by the government or the future government to be in the policy making process, like to be like the center of the policy. I'm looking forward towards the next election process or election cycle, and we will try to update these kind of questions and to see how Indonesian public perceive environmental issues on top of the other issues. So I think public as a whole and also government specifically should really understand about this concept of planetary health in the policy making.
Thank you, Ms. Su. Professor, can we hear your thoughts on this, please?
Okay, thank you very much. And let me respond to your question in three parts. Number one is what is hindering international corporations? And second one is who should know and what we can do. The third one is the key to success in these situations. The first one, what hinders corporations, especially in the kind of the disaster management or international corporations. My answer is quite simple. Strategic competitions. Traditional rivalry is back. Now we see Ukraine situations. We have many layers of sanctions, financial, economy, energy, and that means who is with us, who is not, who is like-minded or not. This spirit, that is the lack of mutual trust, is a kind of the emerging threat to the international corporations. So what hinders, or who hinders? Well, strategic rivalry is unfortunately back, and this is a reality. This is number one. Number two is that black swan situation is everywhere. So that means we should know that COVID-19, the Ukraine situations, this is part of our international politics. So the reality is that this connectivity, not the connectivity, and the sidelining of the non-traditional security challenges, unfortunately. So we should know that the reality. Then, final points, what we should do. My answer to this challenge is adaptation. Adaptation is this dramatic change should be the key to success. For example, digital transformations, remote connectivity like today, and then we should have much more structured cooperations based upon common will or common procedure. Like we have a tabletop simulation online. Initially, it was not that very successful. Now we have much better impact based upon manuals, SOPs, how to do it better in online. That will ensure connectivity back to the basics. So that means hybrid conference like today is a very good example of the face-to-face direct conversation plus online kind of the Tokyo's input from HADR perspective may have some kind of implication for you to think more about the prospect of connectivity back in place. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I open the floor for the next round of questions, please, if any? Yes.
So thank you for all your insightful presentations. I have a question for all the members of the panel. And this with regards to the situation of deforestation in your country, because forests are really important as sources of water, as well as a solution to air pollution. So I'm just wondering whether or not you also face a serious problem of deforestation in your country.
Thank you. Was there another question? Yes, Louis, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Tamara. My question is about food security related trade-offs in pursuing sustainability initiatives. For instance, within India, the funding that is used for supporting the shift towards non-renewables, some say could have been allocated for addressing undernourishment, which is above global average. So in terms of balancing future and present day priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, one more question.
Thank you. This is a general question to the panelists. We have an audience of academic and policy worlds. I'm just wondering if they could perhaps give their key message for the academic community in terms of the value of planetary health, and what would be their key message to the policy world in terms of its benefit for policy making, the term planetary health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tamara, I have one more question.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead, please.
Just now, we talked about the who is going to promote the idea and who or what kind of factors can hinder the use of the concept. I noticed that national agencies were mentioned, international cooperation was also mentioned. And then what about regional mechanisms or regional organizations? Is there a role for these level of actor at all? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you, Lena.
For all our panelists, thanks.
Thank you, Lena. So we have 4 questions, one on deforestation, one on food security, one on academia and policy, the policy world, and one on regional organizations. So we'll go in the order that you've presented. So we'll start with Dr. Dhanasri, followed by Dr. Jodi, Misu, and Professor Tamanori. So could we start with Dr. Dhanasri? The first question on deforestation, please.
Yeah, okay. So about deforestation in India, yeah, thank you for the question, first of all. So recently, actually, there was a lot of controversy around how forests are measured, first of all, in India. I think we need to start from there. Because what is forest? I think the definition of forest itself is very controversial because, if you consider urban forests, plantations as forests, then there is a huge problem in the policy and how we define, forests. So in that sense, we need to start with understanding understanding the metrics to decide what are forests. But in other ways, yes, deforestation has increased over a period of time. The governments have, successive governments have talked about reducing deforestation, and also under the Paris Agreement. In fact, one of the goals of the Indian government is to enhance afforestation, to enhance carbon sinks, basically, which would also contribute to our net zero commitments, which is supposed to be achieved by 2070. So deforestation has definitely increased, and which has given way to plantations in many places. Extractive industries have also led to a lot of deforestation. Infrastructure projects, especially highways, so there are a lot of projects which get exempted. So anything with respect to national security, for instance, are exempted from environmental impact assessment. So that has led to a deforestation, especially in border areas, because of the security issues that India faces with respect to, on the western and on the eastern border sectors. Even in other parts of the country, as I mentioned, national highways have led to high amount of deforestation. So Western Ghats, I haven't worked on deforestation that much, but from my experience on working on the Western Ghats region, which is one of the most ecologically fragile areas in the world, and it's a highly biodiverse area as well. Most of the states have seen high amount of deforestation, especially due to, as I mentioned, infrastructure projects, extractive industries, mining. Mining has been big in some of these states like Goa. Quarry activities, which is mostly for extracting rocks, for even building seawalls. Now this is a classic case of you are destroying the mountains to build seawalls, which are failing to protect you from cyclones. This is a classic case of how things happen. So yes, in this is a huge problem. But if you read the figures, actually India's forest area has increased because of the way forests are being measured. So there's a huge question mark over that.
Thank you. Just before we carry on,
Sorry.
Okay, was that me?
Hello.
Okay, before we carry on, we just have 10 minutes left, so we'd like to get through all the 4 questions. So may I just request that everyone keep their responses short and sweet, please. So Dr. Jyoti, you're next.
Yeah.
We're still on the deforestation question.
Yes, so deforestation, 2.5 million acres of land per year is the sensitive data, but then it is there in for you to check and see that 2.5 million acres of land per year is deforested in India. And this has led to massive soil erosion, flooding, and pollution. So I guess that is with regard to the statistics. And 60%, as I'd mentioned in my presentation also, 60% of the arable land today suffers from environmental degradation. And I just have those, I think that should suffice for the data that one is looking for. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, please.
I think Indonesia is among the highest deforestation, have the highest deforestation rate in the world. I think Indonesia lost about 50% of all tree covers for the last decades. I don't know, 10 years or 20 years. I think about 50% of the tree cover has been lost due to deforestation or forest fire. In fact, Indonesia's carbon emission mainly also attributed towards the forest and land use factor. And I think latest research also shown that deforestation has been highly linked towards industrial purposes. So not just due to climate change, but mainly due to industrial purposes. Indonesia and the region, I think, even has an annual event. I think Indonesia or Malaysian and Singaporean knows this. It's like a annual thing. It's a cross-border haze pollution. So every dry season, there will be like massive forest fires happening, and the haze pollution even reached towards Malaysia from Indonesia, and that is very concerning. Indonesia forest mainly lost to industrial practices such as palm oil plantation and other than haze pollution as well. Indonesia as the hotspot for biodiversity also suffers from it. But still, Indonesia government very optimistic towards what they claim as forest action, and they are still aiming to be a carbon net sink by 2030, which is, I feel, is highly, overly optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor, please.
Yes, let me share with you one news which happened today, that the Diet passed the new legislation on economic security, focusing on the securing supply chain and also promoting the idea of SDGs, which is deeply related to the questions of the deforestation, climate change, or the food security issues. The idea is for Japanese governments how to avoid the risk of the weaponization of the energy or food or this kind of non-traditional security items in order to ensure the free and open supply chains and also mitigate the competitions. The idea is that the environmental challenge should be depoliticized, and also energy supply must be secured. If we fail to do that, then somebody will weaponize these food supplies or energy supplies that will have a deep impact, a bad impact on the mindset. Then we will have less cooperations and more competitions. The idea is that environmental challenge is a real one, and that will be the part of the security dialogue. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm, in the interest of time, just going to open it to any one of the panelists to sort of respond to the academia and policymakers, the question on academia and policymakers. Yes, please go ahead, Dr. Jyoti.
Yeah, so, I think it's time that we consider these non-traditional approaches, especially related to environment degradation, as a traditional approach and give it as much pertinent and importance as a traditional approach, because perhaps then, the government will get serious about it, because we are very serious about our territorial boundaries, which any nation should be. But at the same time, the sooner we realize, I hope it's not too late by that time. So we need to focus on climate resilience. That should become our motto and our priority. And like I said, environment security plus water security should lead us to planetary health. This should become the motto of the governments. And I think it's time that this particular non-traditional security is taken up as important as a traditional security by the states. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the professor has commented a bit on the food security part. Would there be anyone else on the panel who would like to just quickly comment on the food security question? No? If not, we'll move on to the last question, the importance of regional organizations. So I think this one is important enough for everyone to just give a brief comment on it. So can we start with Dr. Dhansri, please?
Okay. So when it comes to regional organizations in South Asia, to be honest, they don't really work well. We have seen that SARC was established a long time ago, and it has taken up a lot of environmental issues, including climate change, disaster management related issues, all of that under its belt. But SARC itself has not been functioning well. So it has led to largely failures on coordinating any sort of response or cooperation on these issues. There are other regional organizations which are also talking about planetary health related concerns, like this BIMSTEC, which is Bay of Bengal based, regional organization. You have Indian Ocean region, the IORA, which is an Indian Ocean Regional Association. So you have all these organizations, but largely they have also failed to address these issues, but they do have a role. And it's very clear because a lot of these issues are very common to all the countries in this region. So there are more than enough imperatives for them to come together for knowledge sharing, for capacity building, training, and trying to pool their resources together, because all these countries are not at high levels of development as such. So there is a requirement to also pool resources. And if I, that's about the regional organizations. And just if I can add one little comment also on what role can the academia play. I think it's very important from an academic perspective is the fact that we need to look at whose vision of planetary health are we talking about. Who are the actors involved in conceptualizing and building policies towards planetary health, and also looking at these diverse views. That is very important, because especially coming from developing countries, you have different types of communities that live in different, they have different priorities as we talk about it. So it's important that we, in academia, we also think about these notions when we build conceptualizations around planetary health. And yeah, there again, issues of justice and fairness and efficiency and consistency and all these issues which we have already discussed under, like sustainability, would also feature. But yes, it needs to be reinterpreted in a way that it is more, it's about not just the current generations, but also the future generations. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Jyoti, please.
Yeah, I think SAARC has been merely dysfunctional in South Asian region. I totally agree. But it's not always important to have a specific regional organization to start doing something with regard to environment. Unofficially also, through people-to-people contacts, also through NGOs also, one can try and build a bonhomie with respect to environmental issues and situations, because they affect all of us. I think I leave it at that.
Thank you. Ms. Su, please.
So I think to address the regional mechanisms or actor for these planetary health questions, I totally agree with Ms. Dana that knowledge sharing, pool resources is very important, especially in the mitigation and also adaptation process in the region. But I also want to raise one more thing, that is pool of the voices. For example, Indonesia, as the G20 presidency, plays a significant role here to put out more voices from developing perspective towards the global agenda, and how we frame the global agenda to benefit also the developing countries. And I think regional actor plays a very important part here, for example, in ASEAN, in the peacemaking, for example. And I think this also in line with the key messages for academic players. I think we have to have a coherent translation of sciences to the public. Science will only sit there if there is no dissemination to the public, and if we don't do something to do, like, for example, policy advocacy. So I think we need to take back that role in policy influence from the business players, for example, because now I think it's still very uneven between business players and also academia. Academia should play a neutral role in seeing the concept of planetary health, and also promoting other parts of issues regarding the human lives, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor, please.
Okay. This is the third time to join this workshop, and this is the first time to do online. And my visit to Singapore this time is very ecological and very friendly to the environment. So that means sharing knowledge through online or hybrid system is very good for the environment. Then, as to the international organizations or peace operations, well, our focus is ASEAN plus the focusing on the cluster approach proposed by the United Nations, plus the triangular cooperation that is to support the regional, international, the center, and Japan provide a kind of technique or equipment. Then we have a triangular format sharing the regional impact and having a local staff to work with us. I think UN or ASEAN can provide in top tier the knowledges or the kind of norms. Then Japan can provide the equipment or the kind of tool to do that, and then have a local impact. I think that may be the hybrid nature of cooperation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for your patience. We've overshot, so we're going to end the session now. So please join me in thanking our speakers. And I'll close this session and hand over to Luvi.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. May I now invite Professor Anthony to deliver her closing remarks. Professor Anthony, please.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists who are still with us. And I'd also like to thank everybody here in the room for staying on. I know, I just realized one thing. We haven't had this kind of meeting for over 2 years. And staying in the room for more than, 6 hours is really quite a challenge. It becomes even more difficult when we have to navigate between the screen and looking at people. But anyway, we tried it. So, and before I forget, I also want to thank the two ladies who have been wonderfully running this workshop. That's Shin and Joey. And of course, the one who's been, who's really been instrumental in putting this together is the person in charge of the NTS Secretariat, and that's Margaret over there. And my colleagues who have been very, very supportive of this convention from the very beginning. So it's between us and the next bus or whatever, but I just want to say a few words about planetary health and the theme of this workshop. It is important to us in the Secretariat and for us in the center to listen to what others have to say about the concept of planetary health. So we started this morning with listening to Professor Jamila, who really has been at the forefront in pushing ahead with this idea of planetary health. But at the same time, as part of the NTS Asia practice, we listen to the views of other colleagues from across the region, because NTS Asia's main aim is really to not only build knowledge and to share knowledge, but to share experiences between regions, right? And across regions. So listening to the different perspectives from our colleagues, how they understand the concept to be, how they think the concept is relevant or a bit difficult, tenuous when it comes to applying it to the respective field, has been very stimulating, especially for us who want to advance this concept even further. So therefore, what do we do? I mean, we've listened to the challenges of dealing with massive lists of security issues, not to mention, of course, the big thing about climate change and pandemic. But what planetary health is asking us to do, from my understanding at least, is that it does not only compel us to expand the notion of security, but for us to appreciate the complexity of dealing with multiple security challenges. Right? And that is what I think the planetary health concept aims to do. Sure, we talk about dealing with climate change and its impact like water, dealing with environmental challenges. But the question that Dr. Jamila wanted us to think about this afternoon, this morning, was if we deal with one of these challenges, whether it is water or food or environment, how do you allow for a more comprehensive approach where dealing with one doesn't compromise the other? Yeah, and this is why we want to avoid as much as possible the so-called unintended consequences of dealing primarily with a issue, right, at the expense of others. And it's difficult. It's confusing, especially for policymakers who likes simplicity, right, who likes to have a more ordered approach. And this is where I think academia comes in, and researchers and analysts, whose role really is, apart from understanding, going down the rabbit hole of knowledge, is to be able to help translate this knowledge and help in the thinking through constant conversation and talking and sharing, and in the process of doing so, do our own advocacy as well. Right? That's really the role of academia, I think, the role of research. And I like the iteration of our Indonesian colleague from CSIS, a point that was raised by Dr. Jamila too. It's not just, it's the translation of knowledge, but if you're a non-scientist, translation can be a difficult thing. No? So it's in the building, the conversation, the constant iteration that helps build knowledge. And that's really the role that all of us can play. And some of you here are from the policy world, some of you straddle policy and academia, right? So I think it helps having a good understanding of a concept that is still really very much, still being advanced. So we hope to be part of that. And I like the point that was raised by General Banerjee. Some of us also look at so-called traditional security challenges. When more of these conventional challenges are now being seen in the world with increasing conflicts, etc., where do you strike up? How do you strike the balance? And striking a balance is, again, looking at the question of what gives if you put in one effort at the expense of the other. So these are questions which we really cannot answer. We continue to think about it. And so with that, as a short sort of attempt to summarize the whole gist of this meeting, I want to thank you once again for coming, our friends who have joined us today, and we hope to carry on this conversation in the days to come. So thank you so much and have a good evening ahead.